is all part of an elaborate hoax by the United States. He actually said to reporters in Baghdad, if you've seen the movie Wag the Dog, you remember the Hollywood movie in which the United States wages a fictional war that is then shown to Americans on television, then that's what's happening here all over again. So the Minister of Information launching that chilling threat against US forces ringing Saddam International Airport, now renamed Baghdad International Airport by the advancing American forces. But the top news this hour, that appearance on Iraqi television by Saddam Hussein, the first time that we have seen him refer to contemporary events since this war began. Reporting live from Amman, Jordan, Simon Marks, Fox News. Bridget, back to you in New York.
All right, Simon Marks with the very latest there from Amman, Jordan, and want to tell you more about that tape on Iraqi television of Saddam Hussein. Word has obviously trickled down about that to CENTCOM, and let's go there live now. And joining us from Doha in Qatar is David Lee Miller. David.
Good morning, Bridget. That's right. That broadcast has generated a great deal of attention around the world, and of course here at CENTCOM. And joining us right now to talk about that and a number of other matters pertaining to Iraq is CENTCOM spokesman Captain Frank Thorpe. Excuse me.
That's okay.
Captain, let's start first with this broadcast. What can you tell us about the authenticity of this tape and whether or not this is Saddam Hussein?
Well, we'll look at the tape just as we looked at the other ones with great interest, as we're looking at all of the information coming out of the command and control capabilities of the regime. Of note, as some are reporting, the reference to an Apache would bring it farther forward than day one. Also of note is some of the claims made on the tape. Rather than get into a debate of right or wrong, there's a lot of this misinformation coming out of the Iraqi regime. And I think the important thing is to focus on what we're actually seeing on the ground, what's being reported, quite frankly, from the media through the embeds, and what the facts of the situation are, rather than some of these threats that are coming from the Iraqi regime.
What type of an impact will the broadcast of this type of tape have on the Iraqi people? Because it does underscore that Saddam does have access to some of his broadcast facilities, or someone who looks like Saddam.
Well, I think we need to be very clear about who's seeing this. The fact of the matter is Iraqi people are not watching television. There is no broadcast capability right now in Baghdad or throughout the country. Who is seeing these videotapes are people who have satellite television. Most of those are outside the country. There's a very few elite in Iraq who have capability or the permission to have a satellite dish. So one has to wonder, who was the audience for that speech?
So his words are falling on deaf ears for the most part.
Or you could say his words are falling on no Iraqi ears.
Okay, next point. His information minister today threatened the use of what he termed unconventional weapons, but also in virtually the same breath said that does not necessarily mean that they would be using weapons of mass destruction. What do you believe those remarks mean?
Well, and we've listened to those words several times now. What he says is he's going to fight in an unconventional manner. Is he leading us to believe that he's going to use chemical weapons? We've expected, we've had some intelligence reports that he may use chemicals once the coalition forces went above the line that you draw between Karbala and Al-Qut. We're well above that now. Over the last 48, 72 hours, the Republican Guard divisions there have been defeated. We're now in the vicinity of Baghdad. Haven't seen them. We're hoping it continues to be an idle threat, because we've been very clear, the Secretary of Defense has been very clear, that if chemical weapons are used, they will be held accountable. I'd like to add one more thing on that, and that is the fact that the American soldiers and the Marines are prepared. We have protective gear, and we're prepared if this regime decides to go to that length.
Very quickly, have we found any chemical weapons to date?
We have not found them to date. We have found some testing facilities that we're looking into. This white powder seems to be a question. We'll look into what that is. But let's not jump to conclusions here. We need to be steady and deliberate, as we have been over the last couple weeks. And let's look at what that is. And when it's known, we'll put it out as fast as we can.
Captain Frank Thorpe, thank you very much for your time. As always, CENTCOM spokesman. And very quickly, Bridget, I should pass along to you some new information we have. We are told now that the number of POWs being held by the coalition, Iraqi POWs that are now being held, is at 6,000. That up from the last number we were given, which was 4,500. That's the latest from CENTCOM. Back to you.
All right, quite a jump. Thank you very much, David Lee Miller. And we want to show you once again the tape that we got word of. We really got no word of it before it happened. Suddenly, Saddam Hussein, there he is. This is the most recent tape that we've seen of him. It popped up on Iraqi TV literally less than an hour ago. And unlike some of the other tapes that have been released on Iraqi television, whether they were of Saddam or his information minister, this one really came without warning. No fanfare, no big announcement that he was going to be there. He popped up on Iraqi television. He, allegedly Saddam Hussein, they say it's Saddam Hussein, unannounced TV broadcast aimed at rallying his people. Now you see him there on the left today, and then you're looking at the tape that was released on March 20th, and you wonder a little bit. It could be a matter of lighting. He does look a little bit different there on the left. He seemed somewhat perhaps less animated, although some analysts who study him and study these tapes say that he's never too big on making wild gestures with his body. There he is. That tape, you probably remember, that one was released after the first night of bombing in Baghdad, that pinpoint strike that was supposed to get at him and his sons in a bunker where they were supposedly sleeping. That one was strange to everybody because all of a sudden he's wearing glasses. You know, he had never worn, we'd never seen him anyway, wearing glasses, because he would have felt that was showing some sort of a weakness as a military leader to wear glasses. But nonetheless, that's just a sample of some of the television appearances purportedly of Saddam Hussein. And again, the last one that we got just today, the one that we found out just about an hour ago when he appeared on Iraqi television, he did make a topical reference. Not all that topical when you consider this. He was talking about the newest tape. There it is again. He was talking about the capture of an Apache helicopter. Now, you might remember that was back on March 24th. Iraqi officials had said that a farmer shot down that Apache. That was in dispute. But Saddam, in this brief speech, had the quote, "Perhaps you remember the valiant Iraqi peasant and how he shot down an American Apache with an old weapon." So whether or not that is proof that he is alive today, it's not really proof of that because, again, the Apache helicopter incident was on March 24th, but certainly it would seem to indicate that the fact that he knew about that, it would seem to indicate that he survived the first night of bombing. And of course, our coverage will continue, all the latest information on Operation Iraqi Freedom right here at Fox News Channel.
I'm Catherine Herridge at the world headquarters of Fox News Channel in New York with the latest headlines on Operation Iraqi Freedom. A major objective accomplished, but CENTCOM officials warning the battle is far from over.
There will be more fighting. The fighting is not complete by any stretch of the imagination. We remain cautiously optimistic. We have, in fact, seized a very important piece of terrain that has importance not only now but into the future of Iraq. But we don't have any doubts that there will be more fighting ahead. The nature of that fighting, we'll have to see how it unfolds.
It's a gateway to the future of Iraq. That's how CENTCOM officials are describing the Baghdad airport now that it's under coalition control. It's had a name change too, no longer Saddam International, but Baghdad International. The site, 10 miles southwest of the capital, could allow our forces to bring in more troops, military equipment, and humanitarian aid. Significantly, it means Iraq's leaders can't flee by air. On the way to the airport, members of the Third ID passing along a single-lane road with Iraqi fighters firing from all sides. Tanks and Bradley armored vehicles trying to pick off soldiers and fighters. Their path into the city strewn with hundreds of burning military vehicles. This morning, U.S. troops say they found a second site near Baghdad with unidentified vials of liquid and white powder. Earlier at the Lafayette Industrial Complex, 25 miles south of the city, U.S. troops found thousands of boxes of white powder, a nerve agent antidote, and Arabic documents on how to engage in chemical warfare. According to initial tests, a senior U.S. source says the white powder may only be an explosive, not a chemical weapon, but the site is still being searched. And in the last few minutes on Iraqi TV, new tape reportedly of Saddam Hussein. In military uniform, Saddam called on Iraqis to strike at the coalition forces, who he said were at the gates of the capital, claiming Iraqis will win the war. This after Iraq's information minister claimed it might take, quote, non-conventional or martyrdom operations against U.S.-led forces, adding that it will not use weapons of mass destruction. Of course, the coalition has been on alert for the possible use of chemical or biological weapons.
Certainly a lot of developments so far this morning. Want to get you caught up now from Kuwait City, and our war correspondent Geraldo Rivera is there. Geraldo.
Hi, Bridget. Our incredible blitz on Baghdad has taken us into and all around the Iraqi capital. It's cut off on every side now, and if he's alive and if he's still there, Saddam and his sidekicks can hide, but they have nowhere to run. It's been a sharp, vigorous advance that has stunned and paralyzed the Iraqi army with air, artillery, and armored attacks that gave the forces opposing us so little time even to retreat to secondary lines of defenses. The correspondents on the scene, including our own Colonel Oliver North, report that Hussein's Republican guardsmen had no time, for instance, even to jump into the foxholes and the trenches that they had dug all the way into town. But what do we do now? How much of a threat will we face once we're inside that big teeming city? And is it best to just slow the main advance while letting our special operators continue their lightning pinpoint raids on specific targets? Now, I've spoken over the last several weeks with military experts who have consistently maintained that the gravest danger in terms of potential casualties begins right now. They point to cities like An-Najaf, where troopers from the 101st Airborne have been doing the gritty retail door-to-door soldiering needed to flush out the paramilitaries and prevent further catastrophes like that suicide car bombing which killed 4 of our guys there a week ago. As everybody knows, I think this morning there's already been a similar attack today in the west side of Baghdad. A car pulls up to a checkpoint. A pregnant woman gets out screaming. 3 of our young men go running to the rescue, only to have the driver detonate the car bomb. As a result, all 5 are dead. Now, some suggest that the way to stop these suicide fanatics, and now the Minister of Information is hinting that there will be more of them, is to do something on the lines of what the Brits have been doing down in Basra, Iraq's second largest city. Here's Group Captain Al Locke.
Basra is becoming calmer by the day. We're continuing our aggressive patrolling. Yesterday we had a considerable success where we found a group of paramilitaries hiding in yet again another public building. I have to say this was done with the assistance of local people, and we hope that this continues.
All right, by eating around at the edges of Basra, at the same time sending in sharp, sudden raids against specific targets, the British have not been reaping the glory of our heroic advance to Baghdad, but they have quietly managed to subdue Basra block by block, building by building. It's not over yet by a long shot. In some cases, their success is, as the captain said, relying on information gathered from residents finally convinced that this time, unlike 1991, the good guys are not only winning, but intend on staying around to seeing things put right. Now, the advance on Baghdad has been breathtaking, but according to U.S. Central Command, bitter fighting may lie ahead. Still, those who are critical of U.S. military planners, Bridget, must be eating crow this morning. Back to you from Kuwait City.
All right, Geraldo Rivera, thank you very much for that update. And we have much more straight ahead. New details about the rescue of Jessica Lynch, how an Iraqi lawyer played a key role in saving her life. We are live for you in her hometown. Also, coalition forces uncover a site with hundreds of boxes of white powder, nerve agent, antidote, and documents about how to engage in chemical warfare. We'll take a close look at this when we come back right here on the network that delivers real journalism, fair and balanced.
Hello from Camp Patriot. This is Lieutenant Commander Kyle Nix, Executive Officer for MIUW 109 out of Fort Worth, Texas. I'd like to say hello to all my families and friends back in Gainesville, Texas, especially to Kelly, my wife, my 3 sons, Ryan, Justin, and Devin. Love you very much and can't wait to come home. Thanks.
Attention Medicare beneficiaries. Do you use an inhaler? Do you still have problems breathing? Do you use albuterol or other respiratory medications? If so, Medicare may cover a more effective liquid breathing medication. Call Star Medical at 1-800-860-4435. Call today to see if you qualify at 1-800-860-4435. Call now.
It's where we feel safe, cozy and warm, where we all come together, weather the storm. We fill it with love and make it our own. Bring it on home.
Bring home better furniture with nothing to pay till 2005.
Always better, always Rhodes.
Join the legendary Irish music group The Chieftains as they blend bluegrass and greengrass for a once-in-a-lifetime concert event. The Chieftains down the Old Plank Road with special guests Ricky Skaggs, Emmylou Harris, John Hyatt, Alison Krauss, Earl Scruggs, Gillian Welch and David Rawlings, Martina McBride, Jeff White, Patty Griffin, Tim O'Brien, and the Del McCurry Band.
Sunday night at 7 on Nashville Public Television.
I want to get you some insight now on what just might be the end game of Operation Iraqi Freedom. We're joined this morning by retired Army Major General Paul Vallely, a Fox News military analyst. General, nice to see you, sir. Hey, before we do any screenwriting, I wanted to get your reaction to this Saddam tape, supposedly of Saddam Hussein. Somebody pointed out that the Iraqi people aren't going to be able to see this. They can't get the broadcast unless they have a satellite dish, which is unlikely. What about the troops? I mean, would they be like his troops? Would they be likely to see this and get any kind of inspiration from it?
Well, Bridget, his hierarchy over there, what's left of it, if they're sitting watching their satellite dish TV, then they probably are, but I doubt it. Hey, there's two things here, Bridget, that are interesting to me. Number one, those are the best up-to-date one-year-old tapes that I've seen.
Well, yeah, well, maybe not, though, General, because I guess...
I think maybe.
Yeah, he does mention the Apache helicopter, unless he really just had a lucky guess that an Apache would be brought down. But nonetheless, let's talk a little bit about the advances that the coalition forces have made. I know you want to screenwrite, but I'm going to guess you're going to talk a little bit about the airport. How important was that, taking that?
Well, very important, Bridget, and I do have a couple maps we can go over and just do a capsule summary update on recent information that I've received within the last hour, as well as we have another flyover, a Fox flyover of the Baghdad International Airport. So let's go now to the screenwriter and look at where's the activity here? Of course, the pressure, the noose is tightening on Baghdad, Bridget. And right now, we're at the gates of Baghdad here. And constant pressure continues to mount here. The next 24 hours are going to be very important as this pressure mounts, not only from the south, southwest, and southeast, but a lot of things are happening up in this area, Bridget. Now, when you look at the airport, which is located some, I would guess 10 miles right out here on this arrow right here. They did find a bunker system leading from that airport into a presidential palace area, which is rather interesting. So we know there's a great, well-developed bunker system underneath Baghdad. And that's where many of these Special Republican Guard and the Ba'athist thugs are probably hiding at this time, maybe with their satellite dishes. But the airport's critical because, and let's go to that flyover now so I can describe it, some of the reasons that particular target objective area is key. Now, when we look and we see the flyover here, you can see what an extensive international airport that is. Extensive facilities. They have buildings there that can be used for command and control. We can start feeding humanitarian aid in there, as well as advancing the troops and their supply lines now into the Baghdad metropolitan area. So that further enhances our ability to close the noose there on Baghdad. The next 24 hours, very critical, because what we see happening now is a complete disintegration of the command and control of their forces. What that means then, an implosion from within.
Right. General, I want to talk a little bit about what the Iraqi information minister had to say today. And again, if you can put any credence in what he's had to say over the last few days. He said that they would not use chemical weapons, but that they would use martyrdom operations. I guess the question is, now that we are getting so close at the airport, we are just at the gates of the city, if not in, what is the threat now of the use of chemical weapons?
Well, I think it's probably minimal at this point in time. You can't say it won't happen, but with this implosion going on, lack of command and control, and keep in mind also, we still have phone calls going into some of these commanders from the information I got, telling them it's time to give up because we may be able to make some kind of a deal with you if you do that. But if you hang in there and support this Ba'athist regime, then you're going to be tried for war crimes and there's going to be retribution. So that PSYOP thing is still working in there to a great degree, Bridget.
Right. General, is that to say that the order to use weapons of mass destruction would have to come from the top, from Saddam Hussein himself, do you think?
Well, the word I got earlier that Qusay was actually given that authority to use chemical and biological weapons. But he may not be alive, so that would pass down then to somebody in that special security organization, the SSO, that could in fact conduct those operations if in fact they have the capability still. So I think it's minimal at this time. I think they're busted from within, and it's just a matter of maybe even hours at this point in time.
All right. General, thank you so much. Appreciate it, sir.
Okay, Bridget, thank you.
The parents of rescued POW Jessica Lynch say that they think that they have their girl back. Lynch recovering from surgery on her broken legs and arm. An Iraqi lawyer who tipped off coalition forces to Lynch's whereabouts, saying that he saw Iraqi Fedayeen fighters abusing her. Senior correspondent Rita Cosby is live in Lynch's hometown of Palestine, West Virginia. Hi, Rita.
Hi, Bridget. Well, there's a lot of activity outside this house here in Palestine. It's a very small community, but it seems like almost every member of the community has come out, even in the last few hours that we've been here, just to wish them the best. Also, they're waiting for a phone call from one of Jessica's doctors because she underwent a number of different surgeries today, and hopefully expecting to hear from her, herself. They did talk to her yesterday, despite some of the surgeries. They said that she's jovial, she's talking a lot, which is obviously a very good sign. Also, the family is getting a lot of information, as you pointed out, as to some of the information that tipped U.S. authorities as to where she was located. One of them came from a doctor. One of the Iraqi doctors who was actually treating her at the hospital apparently passed a note on to the U.S. Marines. In addition to that, an Iraqi lawyer, as you pointed out, who is married to a nurse at that same facility, Saddam Hospital, saw her getting abused, saw her getting slapped in the face and pushed around. He said he was very upset by that. Then he passed on the word to her saying, "Do not worry, I will take care of you," essentially. And then he walked 6 miles to, very through tough territory, through bombings, a number of things, to the U.S. Marines and said, "Look, one of your POWs is 6 miles back at this hospital." They sent him back. Then he went and got diagrams, tried to produce sort of duplications of the actual facility, tried to get some intelligence as to how many members of the Fedayeen were actually watching little Jessica Lynch. And indeed, 4 of them were stationed around her, 41 in the whole hospital. He went back with that intelligence and also with some drawings of the actual hospital, and that's what actually helped U.S. Marines and a number of the other forces that actually went in, including Army Rangers, Navy SEALs. Really, everybody participated in this daring rescue. Now the family is getting some good news. In addition to hearing that these brave Iraqi people participated in this endeavor, and also obviously the U.S. forces, they're getting word that she is in good condition despite her very, very multiple injuries, but that she's in good spirits. She's ordering some of her favorite food, hoping to eat that soon. And the doctor earlier today said that he expects her prognosis to be excellent despite these injuries. This is what he listed off.
Her injuries include fractures to her right arm, both legs, right foot and ankle, and lumbar spine. She has sustained a head laceration. The most recent evaluations by our staff do not suggest that any of her wounds were caused by either gunshot or stabbing injuries. She was not stabbed, she was not shot.
And the family's happy to hear that, and again, an excellent prognosis is expected. Back to you.
All right, Rita, thank you very much with some good news that she's doing well. But now, unfortunately, some very sad news to pass along to you. We are hearing now of the first American journalist killed in Operation Iraqi Freedom. Michael Kelly, the Atlantic monthly editor-at-large, also a columnist for The Washington Post, really just leaving the safety of his editorial offices to go over and get in the thick of it, as many reporters certainly have done. As we say, the first American journalist killed in the war. We're just hearing about this now. He also served as editor of the New Republic and National Journal, but he decided to join up with the forces of the Army's 3rd Infantry Division, in part because he had covered the first Gulf War. So again, very sad news to pass along as we say hello to David Asman. And David, you were just coming on the set and you said not the Michael Kelly. And
Michael Kelly, yes, for those who don't know, is one of the premier journalists, or was one of the most outstanding journalists in America. I mean, his work both in magazines and particularly as a columnist for the Washington Post was really breathtaking. He came, for those who don't know him, he came from the liberal side of the political spectrum, but really came to note during the whole Clinton crisis and was an outspoken critic of President Bill Clinton, but has gone on to become a very iconoclastic. He's his own man. He doesn't take his cues from anybody, or he didn't. It's hard to put him in the past tense because he is such a strong figure in American journalism. Michael Kelly, he'll be missed.
All right, and we have much more straight ahead. A new videotape is raising new questions about the fate of Saddam Hussein. Is the Iraqi dictator dead or alive? New tape, we got it just this morning. We'll have insight and more details for you coming up. Now, if Saddam is in fact alive, it seems his last stand is rapidly approaching. Coalition forces banging on Baghdad's door, but the Pentagon urging patience with the final phase of Operation Iraqi Freedom. And our coverage continues in just a moment.
During Lobster Fest, we've got lobster and shrimp, the 2 best things ever to appear on a plate. Our succulent Maine lobster tail and freshly breaded shrimp or shrimp scampi are just $13.99. Lobster and shrimp now during Lobster Fest.
At just 5 cents a minute, IDT Long Distance has always had the best flat rate plan available. Now, there's proof. An independent analysis of the long distance industry by the Wall Street Journal gave IDT Long Distance the thumbs up and AT&T, Sprint, and MCI the thumbs down. They rated IDT better than AT&T, better than Sprint, and better than MCI. IDT got the highest rating for straightforward billing, great international rates, and the lowest state-to-state long distance. Just 5 cents a minute. In fact, apples to apples, your telephone bill will be the lowest with IDT versus AT&T, Sprint, and MCI. Make the switch to IDT Long Distance and see for yourself why IDT received the thumbs up, the highest rating from the Wall Street Journal. 5 cents a minute, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. IDT Long Distance. No one does it for less.
This weekend, the battles, the humanitarian aid, and toppling Saddam's regime. How are our troops faring? Answers on Fox and Friends Weekend. The one network, fair and balanced, Fox News Channel. From the Pentagon, revealing interviews, rare insight. With the military, exclusive reporting, live. From the front line, with our troops, breaking news. Throughout the region, the pulse of the Mideast made clear. Fox News Channel, real journalism, fair and balanced.
Saddam Hussein trying to rally his troops. Good morning, I'm Kiran Chetri. The Iraqi leader making an unannounced appearance on Iraqi television. He calls on Iraqis to resist coalition forces and to strike back forcefully. On the tape, Saddam looks grim. He's in military uniform. It's not known when this message was recorded, but he does mention an Allied helicopter that was shot down March 24th. He says American forces bypassed Iraqi defenses around Baghdad and other cities and are at the gates of the capital. Military commanders say that Baghdad's airport is now under coalition control, but soldiers are still searching underground bunkers for any Iraqi holdouts. Armored units with air support knocked out the airport's military complex before taking over the airport. And in central Iraq, U.S. Marines are advancing toward the Iraqi capital. Central Command saying about 2,500 Iraqis surrendered to Marines. One Marine unit even had to halt its advance in order to set up a makeshift POW camp. And as coalition forces close in on Baghdad, Iraqis trying to get out. Thousands of people cramming into cars, vans, buses, and trucks and heading north, away from the Allied advance coming from the south. And in northern Iraq, a combined force of U.S. Special Operations soldiers as well as Kurdish militia pushing Iraqi troops south toward the city of Mosul. The Iraqi positions about 25 miles east of the city have been pounded by Allied warplanes. In southern Iraq, humanitarian relief is on the way to the besieged city of Basra. The International Red Cross saying 2 trucks have left Kuwait with medical supplies for Basra hospitals. And those are your latest headlines. I'm Kieran Chetri.
All right, Kieran, thanks. And hello again to David Asman.
I'm just reading more about Michael Kelly, again, a journalist who died in the war. He was a major, really a very large figure in American journalism. And, of course, the Washington Post has a story now by Howie Kurtz, who was their media reporter, talking about his influence in American journalism and the significance of his death in this battle.
All right, we want to get you caught up on all the latest developments, including that tape purportedly of Saddam Hussein. Simon Marks is joining us from Amman, Jordan. Simon?
Hi, Bridget. Yes, indeed. Amazing developments in Baghdad over the course of the past hour. Saddam Hussein appearing on television, and this time it seems to be the real deal. In an appearance that lasted a little bit under 10 minutes by my clock, he looked tired, he looked haggard, he read from notes, and he issued a clarion call on the Iraqi people to rise up and defend Baghdad. He called on them to resist US-led forces, resist them every time they come close to Baghdad. If they see you strong, like Iraqis are in other cities, he predicts they will retreat. Now, how do we know that this really is recent picture of Saddam Hussein? Because he mentions a recent event back on March the 24th. A US Apache helicopter was brought down. The Iraqis claimed it was shot down by a peasant farmer with a revolver, with a rifle. And the Iraqis have made considerable propaganda hay out of this particular peasant farmer. And in his speech, President Saddam Hussein says, perhaps you remember the valiant Iraqi peasant and how he shot down an American Apache with an old weapon. So this is the first time we can say definitively that Saddam Hussein was alive as recently as March the 24th, and perhaps even more recently, given that he consistently mentions the defense of Baghdad that he wants his people to carry out during the course of this address. Now, earlier in the day, we heard from Iraq's Minister of Information, a man who some would say has become a minister of misinformation over the course of the past several days. He denied yesterday that there was any activity by US-led forces close to the airport. Today, he maintained that the pictures that we've been showing you from the airport in Baghdad are all fiction. He said if you've seen the movie Wag the Dog, in which the United States wages a fictional war that is shown on television to the American public, then you'll understand that Americans are being lied to by their own government. So all those developments that we've been reporting at the airport, he insists are untrue, but he did warn that tonight Iraq will launch what he calls an unconventional attack on US forces at the airport, though he went on to say that attack would not involve weapons of mass destruction. Bridget, back to you in New York.
All righty, Simon, thank you very much. And a suspicious find at an industrial site outside of Baghdad. U.S. troops are at an industrial complex about 25 miles south of the capital, where they found thousands of boxes of white powder, nerve agent antidote, and documents on waging chemical warfare. Let's talk about it with Tim Trevan, a former UN weapons inspector and Fox News contributor. Tim, they're still testing this, but from what you've heard, what do you think this is?
It's hard to say at this stage. Certainly, one of the things which worried us as weapons inspectors the first time round was that Iraq did have manuals of how to conduct offensive chemical warfare, and that was one thing they never explained, why they would have such things and why they would train actively for offensive military capability in conducting chemical attacks. So the fact that these documents are found is further proof that they still have chemical weapons as part of their military doctrine.
Right, in addition to those suits that we found some time ago. What do you make of the location? We said about 25 miles south of Baghdad. If there are chemical weapons there, would they be there because they would want to use them in Baghdad?
Iraq had a major industrial complex for making weapons of mass destruction across the board, and this included the nuclear, chemical, biological, and missiles. So it wouldn't be surprising if components from any one part of that program would be stored in another component building or complex. Now, Al-Qaqa State Establishment, which is where I heard was the place where this found is being made, was more associated with the nuclear and the missile programs, in particular with the production of missile fuels. So it could well be that this is something related to either explosives for creating a nuclear bomb or with missile fuels. So until there's an analysis of the chemical, it's difficult to jump to conclusions.
Right. And there have been some reports that it might have tested positive for an explosive. But again, we're awaiting better evidence. Tim Treven, thanks so much for talking with us this morning. Appreciate it.
My pleasure.
Once again, we're reporting the very sad news that Michael Kelly, columnist for the Washington Post, he did everything but the Wall Street Journal, has died in action. He was one of the embedded reporters fighting in Operation Iraqi Freedom.
All right, and we want to continue our coverage of Operation Iraqi Freedom right now. And let's go to Tony Snow in Washington with, well, maybe a preview of Fox News Sunday, but no doubt more than that. Tony?
Yeah, Bridget, actually, I'm talking a little bit about Fox News Sunday, but let me just throw my 2 cents worth about Michael Kelly, who's same age as I am. He's one of these guys. He was just an extraordinarily brilliant and capable guy. I'm an ex-newspaper columnist. There aren't many people who on a regular basis I read their columns and say, man, I wish I'd written that. He was somebody who carved out a distinguished career there at the Atlantic Monthly. He'd been at the National Journal. He'd been at the New Republic. This is a guy who was one of the handful of editors of genius in our generation. He's got 2 young kids at home. This is just, when I first heard the news, I just went limp. It's one of those terrible things. So just for what it's worth, David was talking about it before. Michael Kelly was one of these guys who was not a brash self-promoter. We tried to get him on the air a bunch of times, and he wouldn't do it, even though he started his career as an ABC producer. He didn't want to do that. He wanted to write. He wanted to run magazines. He wanted to be a journalist, and that's one of the things that ended up costing him his life. But he's just an extraordinary guy and an undescribable loss, really, to the journalism profession.
Tony, the thing that impressed me about Mike Kelly was he was impossible to pin down on any kind of scale of left, right, whatever. He was his own man, and he always dismayed people that had thought he was one of them or one of the enemy.
Well, you know what he had, David, and it's one of the things that's been discussed a lot recently about the president. He had moral clarity, and that was the thing about Michael. If you looked at his columns, if you look for political cant, if you look for a guy who'd hop in bed with the 2 political parties and therefore go careening off in whatever direction the party hierarchy was going, you wouldn't find it. But you would find a guy, if you started looking at it in terms of moral principles, you'd suddenly see consistency, and then it would become predictable if you knew where Michael was coming from there. And I think that's one of the things that stood out. A lot of people become hacks at various times trying to support positions that they know are insupportable or stay with politicians they know are indefensible. Michael Kelly never made that mistake. What he did is he wrote and he edited from a clear moral point of view, and it also made him a journalist. He's a guy for whom right and wrong were not things that were just made up. They were real, concrete, and vital. And I think that's what gave his column such power. And again, I think it's what made him such an extraordinary editor, because he knew how to direct publications. He wasn't preaching, never tried to preach. As a matter of fact, many people who read him will be surprised at my saying this, but if they think about it for a nanosecond, they'll figure out that I'm making sense.
Well, you know, he also was willing to put his job on the line for principles. He was editing the New Republic. The owner of the New Republic felt that he was a little too critical, I guess it was, of Al Gore.
Yeah.
And he said, hey, I'm not changing my editorial policy. And the owner said, okay, so long.
Yeah, well, it took a very short period of time for him to wind up at the Atlantic Monthly, which in some ways was more suited because the Atlantic Monthly runs even longer pieces. It's one of the most, at its finest, it may be the most thoughtful magazine in America today. And it allowed Michael to go out and commission pieces that will still be in the pipeline for several months. You will still be able to see his imprint for some time. But this is a guy who knew how to draw out things, and he had a field of moral vision that enabled him to write pieces that got beneath the first and second and third layers of issues and really got to the heart of things. It just, again, it's just an extraordinary loss, and it's one of those things where your thoughts and prayers go out to his wife and his parents here in Washington, D.C., his kids, his colleagues. There aren't many people who make that kind of an impact in so few years, but Michael Kelly sure did.
All right. By the way, he was killed while traveling with the Army's 3rd Infantry Division in Iraq. Our own Tony Snow from Washington. Very sad day. Our condolences to the family of Michael Kelly. Well, President Bush is meeting this afternoon with so-called free Iraqis. Dr. Ramzi Jiddu is one of them. She is a former member of Iraq's government, though she was never a member of the Ba'ath Party. We bring her on now to talk about the meeting that is upcoming at, he is at the White House. Dr. Jiddu, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Okay, good. I'm sorry that I mistook your gender there. I couldn't see a picture of you. Let me first ask what the agenda is at the White House today.
I assume will be the president will give a short speech about Iraqi liberation, and we will be there to support and appreciate all his efforts, what he has done for the Iraqi people and for their liberation.
So this will not be a session at which you will sort of discuss the creation of a provisional government?
No, sir, it would not.
Are you going to enter into a discussion like that, or have you already?
Well, there are several discussions going on, but this is not going to be on the agenda.
Now, the New York Times, the Washington Post, a lot of papers have got a lot of things wrong about this war, but there was something in the New York Times today that rang badly for me. I just want to tell it to you. It's from the editorial page. Ethan Bronner is the name of the author, and he says, during my visits to Iraq, perhaps a majority of the people seem to believe in and identify with Mr. Saddam Hussein. While they feared their ruthless leader, what they feared even more was life without him. What do you think of that?
I don't think this is true. The Iraqis can't wait to get rid of the criminal regime of Saddam Hussein and his gang.
So you think that the reason why not everybody has come out to greet our coalition forces with smiles on their faces and thank yous is just because they're afraid of Saddam?
I think there was two things. One of them was they were afraid of Saddam, and the second thing is the terrible mistake that we did in 1991, not finishing the job. We're finally going to finish the job this time.
Let us pray so. Now, the old structure, of course, some of it is going to have to remain. You have to have the water running. You have to have the trains running. Are you going to have to swallow hard and accept some of the members of the old regime in order to keep the country moving?
That's probably true. I mean, the idea is to clean up as much as possible of the old regime, but some of them will still to be kept on in order to keep some of the essential things going, like you said, like water, electricity, and sewer, and so on and so forth.
Now, will you and other Iraqi exiles who know who's at the helm be making those decisions about who stays and who goes?
Well, that's going to be a joint effort, I assume.
Have you been asked so far to make decisions such as that?
No, sir.
Not at all?
No.
Do you feel that perhaps you, the exiles of Iraq, who know so well the country, but also know the United States, should have played a more active role than you have so far in this campaign?
I think so. The opposition should have played a bigger role in this campaign, and I think their involvement lately in the last week has shown up that the Iraqis are supportive of the coalition efforts and finally now there's more cooperation between the opposition and the Free Iraqis and the coalition forces. And it's showing up now.
Finally, Dr. Jadoo, there are 4 million Iraqi exiles out of a country of, what, 22 million. How many of them do you think will be going back after Saddam is gone?
That's not easy to really predict. There's a lot of them in America, a lot of them in Europe, a lot of them in Jordan, Turkey. I would assume that at least half of them will go back.
And I have to ask just one more question. Mr. Chalabi, Mohammed Chalabi from the Iraqi National Congress, what role will he play in the next government in Iraq?
Well, again, there are several scenarios and several talks, and I wouldn't elaborate on what exactly Mr. Chalabi will be doing. So,
Dr. Ramzi Jadoo, keeping it close to the vest. You're not letting much out right now, but we hope to bring you back perhaps when that provisional government is organized. Thank you, Doctor. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I'm Catherine Herridge at the world headquarters of Fox News Channel in New York with the latest headlines on Operation Iraqi Freedom, a defiant Iraqi leadership as coalition forces tighten their grip on the capital, Baghdad. Iraqi TV broadcasting this morning a statement purportedly from Saddam Hussein in which he calls on Iraqis to strike at the coalition forces. He says they're at the gates of the capital. What's significant here is that the statement mentions the downing of a U.S. Apache helicopter March 24th. It could be, and I caution, could be evidence that Hussein survived the first night of bombing when U.S. forces targeted his bunker. A major objective accomplished. Baghdad airport now under coalition control. CENTCOM officials say it's a gateway to the future of Iraq. It's had a name change as well, no longer Saddam International, but Baghdad International. The site 10 miles southwest of the capital could allow our forces to bring in more troops, military equipment, and humanitarian aid. Significantly, it means Iraq's leaders can't flee by air. On the way to the airport, members of the Third ID passing along a single-lane road with Iraqi fighters firing from all sides. Tanks and Bradley armored vehicles trying to pick off soldiers and fighters. Their path into the city strewn with hundreds of burning military vehicles. This morning, also, U.S. troops say they found a second site near Baghdad with unidentified vials of liquid and white powder. Earlier at the Latakia industrial complex, 25 miles south of the city, U.S. troops found thousands of boxes of white powder, a nerve agent antidote, and Arabic documents on how to engage in chemical warfare. According to initial tests, a senior U.S. source says the white powder may only be an explosive, not a chemical weapon. The site is still being searched. And it looks like there's been another suicide attack, that according to CENTCOM officials. The car explosion at a checkpoint northwest of Baghdad killed 3 coalition soldiers. One U.S. official reportedly said the driver and a pregnant woman emerged from the car screaming in fear.
Let's talk more about that brand new tape, supposedly, of Saddam Hussein, popping up just today on Iraqi TV, just a little while ago, in fact. In the appearance, the speaker refers to a downed U.S. Apache helicopter on the 24th of March. Is it evidence, though, that Saddam Hussein is alive? Let's talk about that with former Naval Intelligence Officer Amy Waters-Yasinski. Thank you very much for being here. What do you think?
Thanks for having me on, Bridget.
Does it prove anything? He mentioned the Apache helicopter, but that happened on the 24th. What do you think?
Right. Well, it's very possible he's still alive. But Saddam has a network of bunkers that are extensive throughout the city of Baghdad, especially in central Baghdad. And he is capable of course, bedding down in those bunkers he had built in the 80s and using those as a hiding place.
And yet, as we've been saying, the past couple of appearances that he was supposed to make, he let his Iraqi information minister do the bidding for him. And a lot of people said, gee, if he were alive, he would have never done that. What do you make of that?
Well, he's done some things that we didn't think he would do at all. And he had his foreign minister speak for him at one point. He had his information minister. His bodyguard has been seen without him. Mirafiq has been out in public without Saddam. It's possible he was injured in one of the later bombings. We don't know. And until the CIA has a chance to have analysts look at that film and to have them analyze it against the thousands of pictures we have of him, we won't know what the authenticity of that tape is yet. He has several body doubles. All of them are very good body doubles. And if they've recalled them and had them go before the camera, that could be possible also. We just don't know that yet. We just got the tape, obviously, so they'll have to go through analysis and try to determine that. But he does have the ability to hide out quite well inside Baghdad through his and not be found for days on end and be seen from days on end.
All right, our guys could have a tough job ahead. Amy Waters-Yarsinski, former Naval Intelligence Officer. Wish we had more time. Thanks so much for being with us today.
Thanks
Appreciate
for having
it.
me. All right.
And Bridget, we'll see you tomorrow. It's good to be working with you again.
Dave.
Yeah, okay.
Same here.
Well, suspicious materials have been found just outside of Baghdad. The latest info on what is in those mysterious vials. Also, more pictures from the front, and we've got an Ari Fleischer presser coming up in just about 20 minutes right here as Fox's fair and balanced coverage of Operation Iraqi Freedom continues.
Attention Medicare beneficiaries. Do you use an inhaler? Do you still have problems breathing? Do you use albuterol or other respiratory medications? If so, Medicare may cover a more effective liquid breathing medication. Call Star Medical at 1-800-860-4435. Call today to see if you qualify at 1-800-860-4435. Call now.
While other mortgage companies are still filling out the paperwork, Ditech.com is busy processing your loan. Right now, you can apply for a second mortgage with a no closing cost option. It's a whole new way to get a mortgage. Just log on or call 1-800-71-FIXED. Ditech.com, your mortgage solution delivered.
From my 30 years of military service, I know war is tough on families. Here and abroad, the American Red Cross helps people in these very trying times. We keep men and women in the armed forces connected with loved ones during emergencies. We also deliver humanitarian aid to those caught in the crossfire. We need your financial help now, so please call 1-800-HELP-NOW or visit redcross.org. Thank you.
Tonight,
Coalition Special Operations have been very busy all around Iraq.
The latest from the front lines.
This is the fight they came here for.
The most up-to-the-minute coverage.
U.S. forces close in on Baghdad.
Operation Iraqi Freedom. At 8, it's the O'Reilly Factor. At 9, watch Hannity and Combs. At 10, Greta goes on the record.
A look now at some of the moving pictures and sounds from Operation Iraqi Freedom.
So we're looking at that time, and hopefully we'll have peace in this country and get on with our
All those who believe in the values of democracy, human rights and the rule of law should welcome the fact the Iraqi regime's days will end.
People have very little. They have nothing. And since we've been here, it's been hard for them to get water and hard for them to get food. And this makes a big difference to them. So all the credit to the Marines in the city who have thought about these people back here and brought the food back to them.
They're a bit wary when you first approach them, but as soon as we start chatting with them, as soon as they realise that we're treating them extremely fairly, then they relax, and we're getting very positive feedback from the locals here.
Every single sortie we fly, there is some sort of shooting, not necessarily directed at me or my flight, but there is. The Iraqis do shoot.
What you're seeing at the moment is shaping of the battlefield and battle space, so that when we engage the enemy, we engage them on our own terms and not on the terms of the enemy.
Life in the desert, it's hot, it's dusty. I'm sick of sand. I think I speak for pretty much all of us.
America, we love you. This is why we're doing this, and we're gonna win.
A lot of the kids are really neglected. They're not getting the treatment that they need.
They've lived under a regime that they don't like. And I think that until we have removed that regime, we're on probation. And the message to Iraqi people is that we're staying here and we're going to get the job done. And I'm a patient man.
coalition forces pounding Republican guard positions. This just outside of Baghdad, as thousands of Saddam's henchmen said to be flocking south to defend the capital city. Plus, Saddam Hussein makes a statement on Iraqi TV, this time with some references to recent events. This could mean the dictator was not killed in that first attack on strategic leadership sites, if this is really Saddam and not one of his body doubles. And then a huge cache of weapons found. Central Command showing pictures earlier today of weapons. Even more dramatic, troops find what could be the mother lode of WMDs. Experts trying to find out if the thousands of boxes of white powder contain chemical agents or conventional explosives. Information Minister making some chilling threats, promising that Iraqi forces will take, quote, non-conventional action against our troops. Do those words carry any weight, or are they more bluster and hot air? And doctors say rescued POW Jessica Lynch is in high spirits, and she is doing well. A live report from her home in West Virginia with new information on her injuries and her unbelievable rescue. Those stories plus breaking news on Fox News Live right now. Hi, everybody. I'm David Asman. Thanks very much for joining us for the very latest on Operation Iraqi Freedom. We are going to be seeing Ari Fleischer in just a moment at the White House as soon as he gets in there. As you can see, the main podium lights haven't been turned on yet, so it could be about 10 or 15 minutes. We'll go there live as soon as it happens. He may be talking of this possible proof today that Saddam Hussein could still be alive. Just a couple of hours ago, we saw this tape, Iraqi TV broadcasting a message from the dictator, apparently talking about fairly recent events, at least within the past week or so, events that have happened since the war began. Let's check in now with Simon Marks. He is live in Amman, Jordan. Hi, Simon.
Hi, David. Well, a surprise development, and a very big one, in fact. Out of the blue, Saddam Hussein appearing on Iraqi television tonight, and this does appear to be for real. This is a man who knows that a big battle lies ahead for Baghdad, in a message that constitutes the strongest evidence we have to date that Saddam Hussein survived that first night airstrike against his bunker in Baghdad. He calls on the Iraqi people to rise up and defend the city against a US-led assault. He looks tired, he looks haggard, he reads from notes. He urges his people to, quote, strike the enemy hard, resist them every time they come close to Baghdad. So how do we know Saddam survived that first night airstrike? Well, he talks about an event that occurred on March the 23rd, the downing of a US Apache helicopter that the Iraqis say was shot down by a peasant farmer with a rifle. The farmer who shot this chopper down, allegedly, has been nationally celebrated in Iraq. Perhaps, Saddam says, you remember the valiant Iraqi peasant and how he shot down an American Apache with an old weapon. It's the first time in any of the tape that we've seen of Saddam that he cites a contemporary event, so at this point it looks as though he was alive as recently as March 24th. Now, earlier, the country's information minister, who only yesterday was denying that US forces were closing in on Saddam International Airport, today issued a chilling warning to those US troops that have now taken control of the airport. They have incidentally renamed it Baghdad International. Tonight, he said, we are going to commit untraditional acts against US forces ringing the airport, though he denied that meant Iraq planned to use chemical or biological weapons, because of course the Iraqis maintain they have no chemical or biological weapons to use. As for all those pictures that we've been bringing you from the airport, showing the battle for control of Saddam International, showing US forces ringing the airport, those pictures he dismissed as pure fiction. He said it's all an act by the Americans, just like the movie Wag the Dog, a piece of propaganda devised in Hollywood. Now, Saddam Hussein's message to the nation may not have been seen by much of the Iraqi nation, because a good part of Baghdad remains blacked out following those electricity power outages. Coalition forces continue to maintain that they were not responsible for those blackouts. They suggest that the Iraqis themselves may have blacked out the city, meaning that to some extent that address by Saddam Hussein may have been an exercise in futility. But on the other hand, at the end of his address, he called on people across this region to rise up and wage a jihad, a holy war against advancing US and coalition forces. And that tape of Saddam Hussein, whether it's seen inside Iraq or not, is most certainly being seen across this region tonight, where to some extent Saddam Hussein is preaching to the choir. Reporting live from Amman, Jordan, Simon Marks, Fox News. David, back to you.
Simon, you know the Baghdad airport, just recently renamed. How big is it, and describe its importance to the regime?
Well, it's a sizable airport. I mean, it would be comparable to any major American airport serving any major American city. We're not talking about an airport as big as JFK in New York, but certainly as sizable as Reagan National in Washington, D.C., for example. It's vitally strategic. It has vital strategic importance for U.S. forces at this point, because now, once they get everything working at the airport and they take full control of it, they may be able to use it to bring supplies in. They may even at some point be able to use it to bring in additional personnel, to set it up as some kind of staging post. And there's an expressway that runs literally from the airport to downtown Baghdad. And if you get a clear run, you can make that trip in 15 to 20 minutes. So this puts U.S. forces really right on the lip of downtown Baghdad. David?
Simon Marks in Amman, Jordan. Simon, good to see you. Thanks very much. For more now on the latest Saddam tape, let's go to David Lee Miller. He is live at CENTCOM Forward Headquarters. That's in Doha, Qatar. David?
Hi there, David. Let's elaborate on some of the things Simon Marks just discussed with the CENTCOM perspective. This broadcast was unannounced. It was also a rare appearance by Saddam Hussein. And as Simon mentioned, he urged the Iraqi people to continue their fight against the coalition. Now, references in that tape, as Simon mentioned, suggest that this was recorded on or after March 24th. And this is the best proof yet that Saddam Hussein survived the early days of this conflict, unless, of course, this is one of his many doubles on this tape. The speech was watched around the world, and of course here at CENTCOM, where it is still being analyzed. But officials here are quick to say that despite Saddam's call on Iraqis to take up arms against the coalition, few, if any, were actually able to watch the broadcast.
The fact of the matter is, Iraqi people are not watching television. There is no broadcast capability right now in Baghdad or throughout the country. Who is seeing these videotapes are people who have satellite television. Most of those are outside the country. There's a very few elite in Iraq who have capability or the permission to have a satellite dish. So one has to wonder, who was the audience for that speech?
CENTCOM is also analyzing a speech that was given today by Saddam's information minister, in which he threatened to attack coalition forces in, and I quote, an unconventional way, but he backed off, saying that that did not mean weapons of mass destruction. No matter what the information minister's intent, one official here says they are hoping his threats are idle ones. And as for the report that U.S. troops found thousands of boxes of a white suspicious powder on the outskirts of Baghdad, according to some of the preliminary reports that we have received, that substance appears to be some type of an explosive. And finally now, in another development, a third division of Iraq's Republican Guard has now been decimated. That leaves 3 other divisions to defend Baghdad, as well as, David, the Special Republican Guard within the city itself. As CENTCOM officials said just a few hours ago during the daily press briefing here, there will still be more fighting ahead. That's the latest from Doha. Back to you.
David Lee Miller, thanks very much. We'll be hearing more from CENTCOM, and we'll be hearing from the White House. The press briefing from Ari Fleischer just about to take place, probably about 4 or 5 minutes from now. And, of course, we will go there live. You saw the guy putting up the paper there. That's for the television cameras to get them all straightened out. That usually means about 4 minutes away. We will go there live. Well, critics of our war strategy surprisingly silent this week, or at least the end part of this week. So what happened with all that talk of the war not going as planned? Joining us now, California Republican Duncan Hunter. He is chairman of the House Armed Services Committee. Congressman, now you're not our media critic. We have somebody else for that, Eric Burns. But do you think some editors at the Washington Post and New York Times, even the Wall Street Journal, should be fired for suggesting as late as this week that the war was going badly?
No, you know, as long as they're not in charge of the operations, I think America can rest easy. But, you know, this is what they missed. This was a lightning armored strike right up through the throat of Iraq. It moved quickly. We didn't choke those roads with lots more people and lots more equipment so we could move quickly. And we took all those bridges before the Iraqis could blow them. That was very important. We took the dams before they could blow the dams. We took the oil fields before they could set Iraq ablaze, as they did in 1991. This was an excellent operation, and these guys that were criticizing this thing missed this totally. And you know, the other aspect is, once we ringed Baghdad, as we're doing now, once we were right outside of Baghdad, we were going to take these divisions down as they moved out to meet us, to confront us with air power. And so if we had 25 divisions instead of just a couple at Baghdad, we would still wait for the air power to pulverize the resistors, so we would take a minimum of casualties on the ground. So this operation has been run effectively. And, you know, lots of folks like to comment. We had lots of great armchair quarterbacks. And I think that's just a tendency of lots of people to try to get involved. And you did have a few self-described experts in the Washington Post. But don't worry, they'll be back working social issues probably in a couple of weeks.
You're not going to be canceling your subscription then?
No.
All right. Well, tell us about the troop situation. While we know that some of the critics said we didn't have enough troops in, there are more troops coming in, primarily those that were originally going to go through Turkey before we found out we were disallowed to do that. How many more troops are we going to see into Iraq in the coming weeks?
Well, you've got, obviously, you've got the fourth on the way. This is a heavy operation coming in, and that's going to be the main. That's going to be the bulwark or the center of the American troop additions coming in. But the fact that they're flowing in, that we didn't try to choke those narrow roads getting up to Baghdad with a whole lot of stuff at one time, is a good thing. And that provided fewer targets for the snipers, for the guys trying to take down the units as they're moving down the road. And also, you know, if we'd have had those bridges blown, if we'd have moved slower, and they'd have had time to blow those bridges, we would have had American engineers out there exposed trying to build bridges across those major blue lines, and they would have taken a lot of rifle fire, a lot of sniping, and we would see a lot more casualties in the hospital. So moving quickly with the tip of the spear, and that was with the 3rd and with the 1st Division, and of course you had the 173rd Airborne basically fixing and stabilizing the northern part of the country. This operation is going to be looked at historically as very successful, and Americans can be proud of this operation.
We witnessed a part of history. Congressman, final word. We only got 5 seconds. You have a message for the troops out there who may be watching?
Stay steady. The country's behind you, and you'll be home soon.
Congressman Duncan Hunter, thanks so much. Appreciate it. We're just a couple of minutes away from that Ari Fleischer briefing. There we go. I got it out. At the White House, we're going to find out the very latest. What does the president think of that most recent tape, supposedly of Saddam Hussein, and U.S. troops taking control of and changing the name of Saddam International Airport? It ain't Saddam anymore. It's Baghdad now, and it may soon serve as a base for our soldiers. Meanwhile, coalition forces discover thousands of vials of some kind of white powder. Could this be one of Saddam's stash of weapons of mass destruction?
Today's tax tip is brought to you by Jackson Hewitt. Get a Money Now loan at Jackson Hewitt.
Behind on your federal income tax return and need to buy some time? File IRS form number 4868 by April 15th for an automatic extension of 4 months. But keep in mind, this only extends your filing time, not the time you're required to pay your income taxes. So, if you think you may owe the IRS money, you should estimate your cost and pay when you file for the extension to avoid penalties later. That's your Fox News tax tip for today. I'm Brenda Butner.
Attention Medicare beneficiaries. Do you use an inhaler? Do you still have problems breathing? Do you use albuterol or other respiratory medications? If so, Medicare may cover a more effective liquid breathing medication. Call Star Medical at 1-800-860-4435. Call today to see if you qualify at 1-800-860-4435. Call now.
we've got a war alert for you. According to Reuters news service, artillery fire is now being heard from inside Baghdad, from southwest Baghdad. Artillery fire is heard close to the airport. Now, we know that our troops outside of Baghdad have actually been able to look into Baghdad. They're actually within that red line, within the town limits. But now the folks inside can hear that artillery fire, and this may go some distance to proving to the folks inside that our folks are just outside of the border. Our own General Paul Vallely is here to describe what all this means. General Vallely, the key point for the folks inside of Baghdad is who's telling the truth? The Iraqi government that says that we're nowhere near the border of Baghdad, or our folks? This artillery fire goes a long way of proving our point, right?
Well, David, that's not too difficult to answer. When have they ever told the truth as far as back as you can trace them? So, yes, David, you know, if you want to go to our big map here, we can talk about the current situation if you'd like.
Sure, but I want you to talk particularly about this artillery fire. What does that mean about how close we are to actually moving into the city?
Well, our artillery has the capability of firing from many miles out, David. I don't want to give those particular ranges away, but the artillery fire, is it being reported by Reuters? It's coming from our forces?
Artillery fire is heard from southwest Baghdad. So folks in southwest Baghdad are hearing the artillery fire just outside the city.
Well, David, that would be right in this location here is the southwest area. And, of course, we've had the 3rd Infantry Division move up and seize and secure Baghdad International here. So that artillery fire probably would be coming from the 3rd Infantry Division.
And, of course, we're not absolutely sure that this is coalition fire. This artillery fire might be something that the Iraqis had firing at our troops, right?
Well, we've known they positioned their artillery on the border of or perimeter of Baghdad with those Special Republican Guard units. And remember the reports earlier. The threat was that they would use these artillery pieces to fire their chemical and biological weapon warheads. So hopefully this is not the case. So we'll see what has to evolve out of this current report coming out.
Now, the significance of holding the airport, it's on many fronts. Describe for us the various levels on which this is helpful to the coalition.
Well, if you look here at the Baghdad International Airport, David, it's about 10 miles from downtown Baghdad. This is an international airport, long runways, many different types of facilities as any major international airport would have. Now, to get in there and have access to that airport allows us to flow in some of our larger transport planes for resupply, for further deployment of forces into that area, as well as humanitarian aid, so it serves a lot of purposes. It also can serve as a command and control center for us on an interim basis until Baghdad implodes from within.
Now, are we actually going to be able to fly in tanks and some of the heavy armored stuff into that airport?
Absolutely. Once we know it's secure and once we know we have superiority over that entire airspace, that means no surface-to-air missile capability, that we suppress perhaps even the SA-7s, the shoulder-fired missiles. They're always a threat, though, David, those shoulder-fired missiles, the SA-7 Strelas. So we have to ensure we have as much superiority over that whole area before we dare bring in the C-17s and even the C-5As, the big ones.
The ones with the big belly that can hold the tanks. Now, we're looking at a picture of the international airport. We've heard rumors that there are tunnels there that go all the way, as you say, 10 miles right into the heart of Baghdad. If so, who's given the duty to go down into those tunnels and find out if there's anything dangerous in there?
Well, we have people trained to do that either in the Special Ops or even in the 3rd Infantry Division. And we can tell from going into those bunkers exactly the extensive network they may have. We've heard for years that he's dug a tremendous amount of bunkers under Baghdad, not only for command and control, but for inventorying chemical and biological weapons, ammunition, sleeping facilities, quarters for the soldiers.
General, I'm sorry to have to cut you off, but Ari Fleischer at the White House is speaking. Let's listen in.
The President spoke to South Korean President No early this morning. He called President No to thank him for the support from South Korea on Iraq and their decision to dispatch medical engineering units for humanitarian operations in Iraq. The two leaders reiterated their intention to resolve the North Korean nuclear issue peacefully and pledged to continue their close consultation. After the phone call, the president had an intelligence briefing, FBI briefing. He convened a meeting of the National Security Council. He met with the Secretary of Defense. He also met with the Secretary of State. He's having lunch with the Vice President. And the president later today will meet with a group of Iraqi Americans and free Iraqis who live in this country. The president will welcome to the White House people who have stories to tell from their own personal experience, having lived in Iraq as recently as just several years ago in some instances. These Iraqi Americans will talk to the president about the torture and the brutality they saw while they lived there. And it's a telling reminder of what we are starting to hear from Iraqis on the ground today in Iraq as the yoke of repression is lifted from them. The president will depart for Camp David this afternoon, where he will remain for the weekend. A couple other announcements for you. President Bush will welcome President Rudolf Schuster of the Slovak Republic to the White House on April 9th. Slovakia has been a close and supportive friend of the United States, as well as a staunch member of the coalition to bring freedom to Iraq. The president will also welcome to the White House a group of Central American leaders. The president will welcome President Abel Pacheco of Costa Rica, President Francisco Flores of El Salvador, President Alfonso Portilla of Guatemala, President Ricardo Maduro of Honduras, and President Enrique Bellonas of Nicaragua to the White House for a meeting on April the 10th. The president considers Central America to be a region of peace and democracy, where regional integration offers the promise of growing prosperity. He looks forward to that. And finally, the president, after Camp David this weekend, will depart for Northern Ireland, where he will consult with Prime Minister Blair. The president will depart on Monday, April 7th, and return to the United States on Tuesday, April 8th. With that, I'm happy to take your questions. Ron?
On that trip, what are they going to discuss? I understand it's also the Middle East and Northern Ireland. And on the Middle East, is it possible that this could be the trip in which the roadmap is released, or because of the complications with the confirmation of a Palestinian that will be happening?
The trip will focus on the operations in Iraq. It will talk about the status of the ongoing military operation. They will talk about the humanitarian relief efforts. They'll talk about reconstruction. I think they'll talk about the role of the United Nations. They will also talk about the peace process in Northern Ireland. And I think the subject of the Middle East could come up as well. I don't have anything further for you about any specifics on Middle East about the roadmap. I don't know if that's the case.
Safe to say not to expect that? Or?
Well, yeah, I don't like to predict every outcome of every meeting, but there's nothing that I've heard or seen that would lead me to believe that to be the case. Helen?
This morning you said that the president believes that UN will have a role
right.
Post. Can you spell it out a little more?
Well, the focus of the future in Iraq, which I want to caution everybody, is not yet here. We still are in the middle of a battle. We still are at war. There are many dangers that can still lie ahead. And so, yes, there is a look ahead. I want to make certain that everybody has this in the proper perspective, as America's military is still in the middle of armed conflict. But as people look ahead and they focus on the future of Iraq, what the president sees is an Iraq that is free, that is democratic, where the people govern themselves.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, on the right-hand side of your screen, these images are being brought to you by Iraqi television, such as it is at the moment. Now, they purport to show Saddam Hussein. Of course, they say these are recent pictures. One, they may not be recent. Two, that may not be Saddam Hussein. But as you can see, this is sort of the typical swagger walk of Saddam Hussein that we are used to having seen. Once again, we're told that these are very recent pictures. We have no way of knowing that for sure. We'll show you Ari Fleischer and these pictures, but we'll listen to Ari Fleischer.
Rather than help on the reconstruction efforts. But principally, the future of Iraq is for the Iraqis to decide. The United States, of course, is on the ground providing security, and that's an important part of this. But there will be a role for the UN. The exact nature of it, I think, is still a little early to talk about or to know about. I think there'll be some conversations about it, but that's where it lies.
While I have you, could I just ask one non-related question? Is there any possibility that the President and Blair will discuss any kind of peace proposal? Is there anything coming through the cracks?
Vis-a-vis Iraq?
Yes.
No, the mission is the mission. The mission will be completed with the disarmament of Saddam Hussein's regime and with the regime being changed.
There's no peace proposal that's in the works.
No, you should not look for that. Campbell?
Can I follow up on that? What you're talking about in terms of the Iraqis taking over their government is more long-term. We haven't...
Not necessarily.
Well, we have. Who have you identified there who is in a position to move in? And
Well, when it comes to the infrastructure, and of course the vital services, the municipal services, the running of the food programs, water delivery, things of that nature, of course that the civilian infrastructure can take over, we hope, as quickly as possible as events on the ground dictate. Now, when it comes to the overarching, larger political questions of who will run Iraq in terms of the broader political sense, it's impossible at this date to give names. What the president has said is that this should be a matter for Iraqis from both inside and outside Iraq to govern their country, and that the territorial integrity of Iraq must be maintained. That's our approach.
But back to the UN role. I mean,
Right.
You said the UN will help in the reconstruction effort, but others in the administration are on the record. Secretary Rumsfeld, Secretary Powell have talked about having U.S. officials moving in and taking over various administrations or departments that still exist.
Correct.
And not having the UN move in immediately into that versus what...
No, I don't think they say anything about not having the UN move in. As you know, the president made a statement in the Azores, which that's the American position, and that is that there will be a role for the United Nations, exactly as I said, exactly as Secretary Rumsfeld and Secretary Powell have said, involving humanitarian aspects and reconstruction aspects. Don't think for a second that means the United States will not continue to have the role that we are playing and the mission that we are moving forward on to help continue to provide for the Iraqi people as the security situation goes forward, as well as some type of civilian administration that reports to General Franks.
Just finally, representatives from France, Russia, and Germany were meeting today to talk about this very issue. Have there been any discussions between our government and theirs about the UN role, or are you...
Well, Secretary Powell met in Brussels with leaders of 23 nations, I believe it was 23 from the European Union, and of course he met with his counterparts from several of those nations that you just mentioned, if not all. And the talks were described as very positive and productive, and this is part of the international process. But the central point remains that the future of Iraq and the President's judgment will be governed by the Iraqi people. Iraq can govern itself. The United States will have its presence there because we will stay for as long as it's necessary to provide the security and for the infrastructure to be protected and to be administered until the point where the Iraqis can take it over entirely.
But that'll be the United States staying there, not the UN.
Well, the UN will.
No,
but the UN, exactly as I said, the UN will have a role. Sometimes we do things side by side.
But at what point
Bill?
will the Iraqis take over their government? Because there are some of them who
Too soon to say.
Well, some of them seem to expect in public statements that they've made to do it right away. But isn't the U.S. military going to effectively govern for at least an interim period?
Well, the U.S. military will effectively continue to fight a war that we're in the middle of. Still want to remind everybody that is the status of events on the ground.
After hostilities, or
that's why I say it's too soon to say. I think it all depends on how long hostilities last, and we don't know how long hostilities will last. But the situation, the design is set up so that once the security situation is taken care of, that Iraqis from both within and without Iraq will be working as part of the interim Iraqi authority to govern Iraq.
Yeah, but you're not saying how long.
The period of it? It's not knowable. How can anybody say how long it'll be with accuracy? John?
All right, you and Pentagon officials have emphasized that the President is not micromanaging this war, that he approved the overall war plan and has left the execution to the commanders. Now we're approaching the Battle of Baghdad. The prospect of not only heavier casualties for coalition forces, for American troops, but also for Iraqi civilians. At this point, will the President get more closely involved with the day-to-day decisions?
Well, the President is closely involved with the day-to-day, but to state the obvious, when the plan was written, it was anticipated that the plan would involve fighting in Baghdad. It's part of the plan. It was anticipated. and the plan is being implemented. And so General Franks will continue to make the tactical decisions, the timing decisions, and about the best way to conduct that plan, to implement that plan, which I assure you includes how to deal with Baghdad.
So basically nothing has changed for in regards to the planning for the Battle of Baghdad since before the war.
The structure remains exactly in place, where the President begins each day with the briefings from the field and through the National Security Council about the plan, how it is being implemented, and he ends his day with updates on the plan and then continually in between as necessary. So that's how the President approaches it. These decisions remain decisions made by the field commanders because that's the most effective way to win a war. Steve?
Larry, there's a new Saddam tape out in which he mentions the downing of a U.S. helicopter on March 24th. Does this prove that he's alive? Have you made any sort of determination?
The tape does not give us any firm conclusions one way or another. As has happened in the past, the tape will go through the typical analysis, the technical analysis to determine whether the voice is indeed Saddam Hussein's, etc. That will be done. At this stage, all I can tell you is we don't know. I can also tell you, in the bigger scheme of things, it really doesn't matter, because whether it is him or whether it isn't him, the regime's days are numbered and are coming to an end. I do note that there was one reference in the tape to Saddam Hussein saying that coalition forces or United States forces went around the defenses of Baghdad, which of course is not the facts. The facts, if anybody was there to witness the facts, are we attacked the forces defending Baghdad. We hardly went around them. So I note that.
All right.
Elizabeth?
What was the thinking behind choosing Northern Ireland for this meeting of Prime Minister Blair and the President?
Well, as was indicated in the question, it also was an opportunity to talk about the peace process in Northern Ireland. That's something that the President has focused on previously and will talk about as well.
That's it? So how much will be Northern Ireland, how much will be Middle East?
Well, we'll give you a report after the meeting. I think most of the meeting is going to be about Iraq.
And can I just ask you about the Iraqis the President is meeting with? What does he hope to gain from this meeting today with the Iraqis?
The meeting with the Free Iraqis and the Iraqi Americans today is a reminder to people about how much people care about freedom and liberty, and how the voices of those who are fortunate enough to have left Iraq and who can speak freely without being tortured or killed, that these voices here in America represent the voices of the people living inside Iraq today. And that's why the President wants to meet with them, to hear what they have to say, to gain their insights into what people inside Iraq are thinking today. Many of them have family, and he wants to hear from them.
Are they going to go back to Iraq? Do they have a role in it?
I think that's a question, and many of them will be available to you afterwards. You can ask them that. I don't know in each instance what their individual plans are. Mike?
Was there any consideration given to holding this meeting in the Middle East?
No.
All right. Do you anticipate a trip by the President to the Middle East in the coming month?
If there's anything to report, we'll report as always with his travel.
All right. To follow up on Elizabeth's question, what role does the administration anticipate for exiles in the post-war government?
Well, there's already a role being played by exiles in the current mission in Iraq. As you know, the nation of Hungary, to whom we are most grateful, provided training for a group of exiles. They went to Hungary and then have gone into the theater with the military, and they serve very helpful roles there as translators and guides and performing other services for the military. And one of the interesting things was that we saw as a sign of success in Afghanistan, that I think we will see as a sign of success in Iraq, is a willingness of people to return to their country. These people, in some instances, are Americans, but they want to return to where they were from because they taste for the first time that Iraq may be free. And we anticipate that many people who fled tyranny and torture will want to return to Iraq from around the world, not just in the United States, as freedom grows on the ground in Iraq.
So to be more specific, do you agree with the report in the Wall Street Journal today that the President rejected advice from aides to the Vice President and the Defense Secretary to give elevated posts in the Iraqi post-war government to exiles?
Well, we don't know exactly who's going to have what role in a post-government yet, so I think it's impossible to speculate about that. The exact makeup of the post-government leadership is not yet defined.
So the President wouldn't be opposed then to roles for exiles as opposed to consensus from the Iraqi people?
Well, I've always said that the future government of Iraq will be comprised of people from both within and outside Iraq. Always it's been both. Yeah.
Just to follow up on that, there are reports that say that some in the administration want to have the government led mostly by exiles in the short term. So right now, maybe in southern Iraq, maybe in and around the airport, to sort of get things up and running. Is that something that the White House is projecting at this point, or?
No, I just think for the structure of the government to be, it is too soon to say, and this is why I keep wanting to remind everybody. Just days ago, people were saying we were bogged down, and now they're saying describe for us and give us the names of the government that's going to be running Iraq in the future. We're still in the middle of a war, so these things still are early. They're still unknowable. We are thinking about them, but we don't have answers yet, and we couldn't be expected to have precise answers at this stage.
Just to clarify, the idea of the role for the exiles in any government as far as the White House is concerned, you don't want them to necessarily take the lead. You want the Iraqis who are on the ground.
Let me say it again. The President has always said that the future of Iraq will be governed by Iraqis from both inside and outside Iraq. If they're from outside Iraq, they are exiles.
Following up on that, are you referring to a permanent eventual Iraqi government or an interim authority? The question seems to be over the makeup of an interim authority. Previously, the administration has said that a group of Iraqis from inside and outside Iraq would need to choose a composition of an interim authority, which would lead the way to a permanent government.
Yeah, I think even the membership on the interim authority is just not knowable with precision. But as I just reported, there already are people from outside Iraq who are now inside Iraq who are trained to go there to be a helpful part of the mission. And we will continue to work with the Iraqi people from both inside and outside Iraq on the makeup of the interim authorities as well as the more permanent government.
So are you saying that several news reports today that the Pentagon has already chosen the composition of an interim type authority to help govern Iraq during the process, that those reports are inaccurate?
No, this still is in the development stage, and not every point of it is yet set in stone. We're still fighting a war. Jim?
That would require presidential decision, would it not? I mean, the president would be the one who would decide whether or not we try to establish an interim government and who would be participating.
Well, I think the president has already said that we will work through an interim Iraqi authority. That's what he has said. And there were calls for a provisional government to be announced now, and we do not support those calls. We support an interim Iraqi authority. The exact makeup of it is too soon to say.
Now, what is the difference between a provisional government and an Iraqi authority?
Provisional government there were some who called for the naming today of the Iraqi leader, who would not necessarily be inside Iraq. That's a provisional government. History has seen its share of provisional governments. The approach the president has taken is an interim Iraqi authority.
But does he have any play? It would be his decision, not the Defense Department's, right? If in fact he decides to name an interim Iraqi authority.
Well, these are decisions that the president makes, and he works together with his team of national security advisors to make those decisions.
Yeah, no, I just want to make sure it was a presidential decision and not that the defense. Yeah, right. Mm-hmm. Now, has a decision been taken? What is the White House view on whether or not an interim Iraqi authority should be declared at this point or in the next few days?
Too soon to say.
After the hostilities are over?
We're still fighting hostilities. It's too soon.
So you wouldn't do it until after hostilities end?
Just said it's too soon to say today.
Whether or not you would do it before or after?
That's correct.
Okay.
Harry, last week the military plan that had been set in motion for the war in Iraq was very much criticized, including by many ex-generals and colonels and some in active duty in Iraq.
I noticed.
Does the president feel that the quick taking of the airport and the closer recruitment of that vindicates the plan?
I think the president has always felt that what is important, particularly in war, is to be steady at the helm and to lead and to do what he thought was right and to implement the plan that he always felt was on progress. He understood that there were going to be some criticisms, and I think it's worth pointing out that it was a rather remarkable correction printed in one of the nation's leading newspapers pertaining to what General Wallace was alleged to have said, because he did not say, as was reported, that the enemy that we are up against is not the enemy we war-gamed. He said, and I'm paraphrasing now, but as the correction reported, he said, I think the actual quote attribute to him that was on the front page of some newspapers was that this is a different enemy from the one we war planned against or war gamed against. And what he actually said is the enemy is a bit different from the one we war gamed against, which is an important measure, qualitative measure of how similar or different it is. That's not as stark as it had been made to people have been made to believe. Now that's a correction. I can't tell you how many stories are written off of the incorrect quote. I don't yet know how many stories will be written off of the corrected quote.
You have said from the podium that President Bush believes General Frank should run the military aspect of the war from the site. And now that you're so close to Baghdad, is there a possibility that a decision will be made instead of troops going in to take Baghdad, maybe surrounding or isolating Baghdad?
You need to talk to DOD about anything operational.
This is a Fox News alert. We've been showing you Ari Fleischer. He's had a number of things to say. I won't repeat them here because you were just listening to it. But on the other side of the screen were pictures purported from Iraqi television to be Saddam Hussein looking at buildings that were destroyed by coalition bombing. Now, that's what they said. In actuality, we don't know when these pictures were taken, and we don't know who the guy with a mustache in the center of the crowd really is. He may not be Saddam Hussein. He may be one of those body doubles, somebody who's seen a lot of the deception from the Iraqi side, having been in Baghdad for quite a while, as our own Simon Marks. He now joins us from next door in Amman, Jordan. Simon, what do you think?
Hi, David. Pretty incredible images that are being played out by Iraqi television. Iraqi television has traditionally, of course, been Saddam TV until much of the past 2 weeks, and then suddenly today, outpourings of videotape purportedly showing the Iraqi leader, including this tape. And that memorial that you can see there in the background of the picture is in the heart of Baghdad. That is a memorial that celebrates the unity of the Iraqi and Palestinian people. It's right in the center of Baghdad, so we can say definitively that these pictures were definitely taken in the Iraqi capital. In some of the earlier videotape, you may have seen columns of smoke rising up behind the man who is purported to be Saddam Hussein in this videotape. We have seen columns of smoke reaching out across the Baghdad skyline on this day and on several previous days following US-led bombing raids on the city. So again, it is possible that these pictures were recently shot. As to whether the man in the pictures is Saddam Hussein or not, very difficult to tell. It will be interesting to take close-ups of the man in this video and compare it to close-ups of the man who we believe was Saddam Hussein making an address to the nation a little bit earlier on tonight. I'll tell you some more about that in just a second and see whether these two guys have the same facial mannerisms, see whether they look alike.
Well, Simon, actually, let me just interrupt you if I can. I'm told that we do have pictures that some before and after, if you will. Some pictures of Saddam today, or what's purported to be today. There it is on the left. Of course, the lighting is a lot different, but on the right, you see March 24th. Of course, we don't know whether both of these were body double. Have you, Simon, ever seen, we're also going to see some other ones here, March 20th, 21st, 24th. That's when these pictures were released. We can't verify that that's actually when they were shot. But, Simon, are you aware of ever having seen one of the body doubles?
Well, it's very difficult to tell. I mean, we know that researchers in Europe have checked this out, and they believe that there are at least 4 or 5 of these body doubles. I would say, David, that as far as that televised address to the nation tonight that we saw a little bit earlier, one could presume, I think, that the Iraqis would have had to go to great lengths in order to get a body double in a place where a body double could actually make an address to the nation that would be televised. In that address to the nation, as we reported earlier, the man who we think may be Saddam Hussein refers to an event that occurred on March the 24th, a very clear illustration, if it is Saddam Hussein, that he survived that first night of airstrikes against Baghdad. A couple of other thoughts about the pictures that we've just seen of a Saddam Hussein being cheered on the streets by the people. You know, the Iraqi leadership has traded off Saddam Hussein's cult of the personality ever since he acceded to the presidency in 1979. And in a sense, whether this this is the real Saddam Hussein or not is almost secondary, because the impact that these pictures will have, certainly outside Iraq, where they're being seen by a large number of people, and possibly inside Iraq as well, although we know that there have been power cuts in the capital, so fewer people than usual would be seeing these pictures. The impact will be enormous. As far as the propaganda war is concerned, whether this is Saddam or not, it certainly will embolden the views of many people down there on the Arab Street behind me who believe that the Iraqis are giving US-led forces a run for their money, and they will point to this picture as another example that Saddam Hussein is still there, still giving the Americans a run for their money, David.
Well, it won't be long before they're going to have to report pictures of Marines and Army men inside of Baghdad itself. But the question of what effect this might have on the Iraqi people, now, we know the town has been blacked out for quite a while, so most people probably don't have television, but are the Iraqi people still sensitive to the issue of whether or not Saddam Hussein is alive?
Well, I think they're very sensitive to it because there is an enormous climate of fear, as you know, inside Iraq. I mean, I can tell you that 3 weeks ago, a young man that we were working with who actually worked for the Ministry of Information, so a government official, took me quietly to one side and said, you know, in this country, and I quote, fear is our food. So what the regime is doing here in transmitting these images is not only trying to embolden the views of those people who are determined, and there are some in Baghdad, to rise up and try and push the Americans back, but they're also trying to say to the Iraqi people, he's still out there, he's still on the scene, the regime is still in control, and that will condition the reaction that a lot of people across Iraq have to advancing US forces as they move closer to taking full control of Baghdad International Airport and as they prepare to launch a full-scale assault on Baghdad.
Now, Simon, what about those who might have been emboldened to act against Saddam Hussein and the Fedayeen and all of his goon squads throughout the city of Baghdad? Does this put a chill in their plans?
I think it undoubtedly sends a fairly chilling message. You know, the Iraqis have been trying to send chilling messages to their own people throughout the course of this campaign. At one point, alleged traitors were shown on Iraqi television, people who had been cooperating with US-led forces. A very clear message to people across Iraq that if you work with US-led forces, we're going to come and get you. We will find you. We know that Saddam Hussein has been trying to Islamicize this conflict.
By the way, excuse me for interrupting, Simon, but that's
Sure.
the picture in the background of which you can see that smoke that appears to be from perhaps, I mean, we only can say perhaps either one of the bombs, one of the Allied bombings, or maybe one of those oil smoke fires. You can't see it now. Perhaps we can re-rack that. But in the background, just a moment ago, you did see those columns of smoke. Go ahead.
The other point to make, David, is that in some of these pictures as well, the man who is purporting to be Saddam Hussein is being guarded by Saddam Hussein's personal bodyguard. We were reporting a few days ago that the defense minister seemed now to be being guarded by Saddam's personal bodyguard. He's back with the man purporting to be Saddam in these images. Saddam Hussein has been, as I was saying, trying to Islamicize this conflict, calling again on television today for a jihad, a holy war, calling for Arab fighters from across this region to head to Iraq to defend the regime against advancing US-led forces. We know that some Arab fighters have indeed gone to Baghdad and said that they'd be willing to die to defend Saddam Hussein. The other issue, of course, in these pictures is that they demonstrate to the Iraqi people that Saddam Hussein on the streets of Baghdad, whether it's him or not, can still pull a crowd, can still get people out there chanting in favor of him, chanting down with George Bush, down with Tony Blair. So these pictures have some real impact in this region, though obviously not the impact that most people back in the US would like, David.
Right, and of course we have to emphasize that we don't know how big that crowd is. The television can be a very misleading medium at times. You see there, for example, the largest number of people, though that could perhaps be 100 or so, which may not, in the scheme of things, be such a large crowd for a city of over 10 million. Stand by if you can, Simon Marks. We're going to go and see what possible impact this tape could have on the Pentagon and our own war planners, if any at all. Kelly Wright has been standing by. What do the folks at the Pentagon think of this, Kelly?
Well, right now they find it highly skeptical. In fact, they find it highly doubtful that Saddam Hussein would take a public tour like that in the midst of the campaign against Iraq and the fact that coalition forces are now beating on the door of Baghdad. They say that this is probably something that was put together some time ago, and that it is quite possible that it was done a long time ago. It's just impossible for them to imagine that he would be involved in a public appearance like that. Although it is a very compelling video, the Pentagon just doubts that it's really happening today.
Well, again, we did see, I don't want to make a case for Iraqi television. It's the last thing in the world I want to do, but there were, as Simon Marks was pointing out, there were some signs of clouds of smoke in the background that appeared to be similar to those set off by the oil fires since the Allied bombing began. I believe you can see a little bit of it there.
Yeah, David, we're looking at some of that right now. Senior defense officials, however, tell us that Saddam Hussein has not been seen in the public since the war began. And you will remember that when we've seen him in the past, he's always been seated. We have not seen his legs. We've also always seen him from the waist up.
We have General Paul Vallely, who's also been watching this. As you look at that picture, there was the monument that Simon Marks was talking about. You can see it just off to the left. It was a monument made to the friendship between the Palestinian and Iraqi people during Saddam. So we know this is in Baghdad. What we don't know, General Vallely, is, one, whether that is Saddam Hussein. He certainly walks with that Saddam-like swagger, but I guess one could train somebody to do that. Or two, when this picture was shot. But the main thing, does it affect our war plans at all?
Well, great question, David. First of all, you know, they're very good at cut and paste and editing many of these videos, so I would look at it as very highly suspicious. But keep in mind, this will not change the war plans at all. The units have their missions right now, and that's maximum pressure on Baghdad. It's also selected targets by our Special Operations Forces, plus all the other operational activities throughout Iraq. So it's not going to change what General Franks has planned.
Do we still have Simon Marks with us? Simon, are you still there?
I'm still here.
Okay, let me just ask a question. You brought up a great point, which is that, you know, since most of the televisions are out in Baghdad anyway, this may be an attempt by whatever is left of that regime to appeal to the Arab street, to appeal to the folks in Jordan and Egypt and elsewhere who have been seeing the Al Jazeera view of this conflict, which of course is very pro-Saddam and very anti-coalition.
I think that's right, David. And just to pick up on something that Kelly was saying at the Pentagon there, back in 1991, during the Gulf War, to liberate Kuwait, we often saw pictures like this of Saddam Hussein visiting bombed-out sites in Baghdad, taking tours at the time. It had been a notable factor that was absent on Iraqi television over the course of the past couple of weeks. Put yourself into the minds of an Iraqi citizen, if you like, who has been used ever since Saddam Hussein acceded to the presidency back in 1979, of switching on his television every single night and seeing the president, seeing the man out there mixing with the people, and then suddenly over the last 2 weeks you don't see him, you don't hear from him. Well, today Iraqi television has tried to turn that tide. They have tried to get Saddam, or at least someone who looks like him, back on television, trying to say to the Iraqi people at home that can see it, and remember, outside Baghdad electricity has not been cut. It is inside Baghdad that we know there have been power outages, but also saying to people across this region, your guy is still there. He's still at the top. He's still giving the Americans a bit of a run for their money. And so these images are going to be very powerful, and they do remind people of those images back in 1991 when he regularly toured bombing sites and tried to effectively say that he was able to identify with the plight of the Iraqi people, David.
Well, General Vallely, Simon again brings up a good point, which is that Baghdad is blacked out, but the rest of the country, or a large part of it, is not. And there are still these pockets, particularly Tikrit, the hometown of Saddam Hussein, where clearly he has supporters. A lot of them have been paid off. A lot of them, frankly, are a member of his family. Does this picture go out to them and encourage and revitalize the Saddam forces there?
Well, David, the information that I received, that they're not getting any of these TV transmissions going out from Baghdad. They are going to a satellite pull down, so you'd have to have a dish, and I'm sure many of the hierarchy there have dishes like in Tikrit. So they're pulling down that signal, but I don't think it's going out to the majority of the population. I think the point is that it's going out on an Arab feed to really motivate the Arab nations, and also to hope that with this last dish efforts that he's going to be saved by the rest of the Muslim world, and that's just not going to happen.
No, it's not. And Kelly Wright, I'm just wondering whether or not the Pentagon has rethought or tried to find another way. They've tried several times, apparently, to knock out television transmission once and for all.
Well, that is a big question, and of course they have made several attempts to do that, and it just keeps to be bouncing back up and forth with that degraded signal. But you must remember, the objective of the Pentagon and CENTCOM is to make it, let me make it very clear, they intend on toppling the regime of Saddam Hussein and then getting in there and disarming him of weapons of mass destruction. That is very clear. It will not deviate from the plan. The objective must remain clear. Now, as they move closer to Baghdad, the Pentagon and CENTCOM obviously are prepared for anything. And what we're looking at right now is quite possibly a propaganda war, the latest for Iraqi television. And the Pentagon is just looking at this with a high degree of skepticism. Obviously, they will check it and double check it and get in touch with their intelligence sources. We have a Pentagon briefing coming up here at 1:30. This will probably be one of the questions of the day, and we will wait to hear from the Pentagon officials exactly what they're saying about this. But right now, they're saying it's highly doubtful. Saddam Hussein has not appeared in public since the war began.
Simon Marks, we know that the folks in Jordan and Egypt and elsewhere who've been getting Al Jazeera and Qatar television, all the various Arab channels now available, have been seeing these pictures that we're now looking at. They've been seeing pictures of children who purported to be injured or killed by coalition bombing. But have you ever seen in Amman, Jordan, pictures of Iraqis who were happy to see coalition forces, children who were greeting coalition forces, as you see now in Najaf and elsewhere? Are those pictures getting out?
I can't say that I have, David. I wouldn't swear that they haven't been transmitted by any of those various pan-Arab regional satellite stations, but that's certainly not the focus of the media in this part of the world. The pan-Arab stations are speaking to the Arab street, and down on the Arab street, I mean, again here today in Jordan, we saw enormous anti-war protests. This war is unpopular, and they are to some extent reflecting the geopolitical and cultural sensitivities of their own audience. An audience that is overwhelmingly anti-war.
Is, Simon, what happens when we go in there and there is just no question about the fact that the Iraqi people are pleased to be rid of a murderous dictator? What will the Arab street, so-called, do then?
Well, I think that first of all, what will Arab media do? Arab media, to some extent, I think, will probably reflect that. Indeed, tonight, Al Jazeera was actually pouring scorn on some of the comments made earlier today by the information minister in Baghdad, who has been maintaining that the fight out at the airport is all part of a wag the dog piece of propaganda by the United States military. So Al Jazeera, on occasion, can be skeptical. As to the reaction of the Arab street when this is all over, well, that's one of the things that really concerns the government here in Jordan. They are worried that even if you see pictures of Iraqi people welcoming U.S. troops as liberators, even if the United States succeeds in installing a modern democracy in Iraq, they're very concerned here that down on the Arab street there will need to be a major campaign aimed at winning hearts and minds and persuading people who are persuaded by Saddam Hussein's claim that this is an anti-Arab, anti-Islam war.
General Vallely, we don't often ask you to go outside of the sphere of military, but I guess this is part of the military's job, too. Gaining the hearts and minds, of course, that phrase has taken on a bad element since the Vietnam War because there were problems with the way it worked out there. But how does the military go about assuring that we do gain the hearts and minds of the Iraqi people?
Well, I think, David, you do it by action. You do it by showing those people that you're friends. You're going to provide them food. You're going to start bringing in the Iraqi opposition and the freedom fighters in to put some order back in maybe some of these towns and villages. It's all by action, all by doing. And then that's what Al Jazeera and the other Arab stations, they have to pick up, because there's not going to be any more visualizations of Saddam here in a couple days. It's going to be really what's going on over there on the ground.
You know, General, in addition, of course, to happy Iraqis greeting coalition forces, you also have a lot of work that you don't see. Building bridges, building or refurbishing hospitals, taking care of the sick and injured. We are putting a lot of our forces online. Of course, none of that compares to when we begin to pass out these humanitarian packages as well. That'll be done by the military, right?
That's right, David. It's all going to come together. And I understand General Abizaid, on day one after the regime is removed, he'll be in charge of not only the security for all the towns and villages throughout Iraq, but also providing the security for the humanitarian assistance.
General Paul Vallely, thank you so much for your analysis in what is a strange videotape that we are forced by the circumstances to try to evaluate as best as we can. Kelly Wright, we also thank you. And, of course, Simon Marks with his expert perspective from Amman, Jordan. This is a Fox News alert. What you are looking at may or may not be Saddam Hussein. It may or may not have been recorded recently. We cannot be more specific than that. All we can tell you is it comes from Iraqi television, and it purports to show Saddam Hussein surrounded by an adoring crowd in Baghdad. Now, we have found out that, in fact, it appears to be Baghdad because there's a monument in the background in one of these pictures that is found in Baghdad, according to our Simon Marks. But we can't tell you precisely when this picture was taken, and, of course, we don't know if that's Saddam.
Linda Vesser, along with David Asman, with you live from New York. One of the things that intelligence experts have pointed out is that it's entirely likely that this was shot some days beforehand, because, and in fact possibly before the war, because at this point the intelligence efforts of the United States and the coalition to track down Saddam Hussein through signal intelligence, through human intelligence, these efforts are so great that Saddam Hussein surely knows if he makes a move outside a bunker, much less out in the middle of a street, that the United States will track him very, very quickly. So some people have suggested that this is very old tape, but being recycled today to rally what is left of those who might still be loyal to Saddam Hussein, and possibly also to strike fear into their hearts. After all, this is a regime that has survived these many years on fear. And by showing this picture of the leader, the message is, therefore, to Iraqis that he is still in charge, although that may not be true at all.
One of our correspondents overseas has seen a lot of this kind of thing. He is Simon Marks, who spent quite a bit of time in Baghdad until he was kicked out by Saddam's government. He is now in neighboring Amman, Jordan. Simon, give us your most recent take of this.
David, I should also just correct the record on this. I wasn't actually expelled by the Iraqis, but I was ordered to stop working for the Fox News channel from Baghdad.
Very good.
And then decided to get out. Just want to correct that before it becomes an urban myth. Just to pick up on what Linda was saying, I am not convinced that this tape is very, very old. If you look at what we're seeing here, in the background you can see some of the smoke that perhaps was caused by US-led bombing raids. There are pictures here of Saddam, or the man purported to be Saddam, inspecting some damage created, it is said, by US-led airstrikes. And in one piece of the tape that we just saw, that I suspect will roll around again in a second, he appears to be inspecting some kind of a defense, maybe an air defense or some kind of defense setup there near the monument to Palestinian-Iraqi unity. So I think the bigger question is probably not when this videotape was shot, because judging from some of the things we're seeing in the background, I would venture that it was shot fairly recently. The bigger question is that man in the middle, is that man that these people are cheering really Saddam Hussein? There's one other point to make, guys, that whether this is Saddam Hussein or not, a man who looks a lot like Saddam Hussein and maybe playing him on TV appears at this point to be perfectly safe wandering through at least this section of Baghdad. You can see traffic milling around in the background, a crowd gathering around him. Here's that picture I was referring to, where he seems to be inspecting some kind of defense that had been constructed near the monument. And we saw these kind of defenses going up all over the city as war approached. The fact that this guy can wander around in the center of Baghdad does illustrate that at this point there was nobody in that particular crowd massing around him who felt sufficiently bold to take a pot shot at him or do anything to harm him. So I think this does illustrate that there is still, among many residents of Baghdad, this cult of personality surrounding Saddam Hussein, and many of them are simply too terrified to act against the regime, so long as images like this are being seen on Iraqi television and on pan-Arab television networks across this region. David and Linda?
Simon, a question for you about the other piece of tape that we've seen today in which Saddam Hussein reads a statement, and he makes a time-sensitive statement. He refers to the shoot-down of an Apache, or the alleged shoot-down of an Apache helicopter that was broadcast. Well, we saw the pictures of the helicopter that went down. Point is that from what we understand up until now, anytime Saddam Hussein has been seen on the air, he has some sort of very special TV crew that shoots his statements because of his intense fear about security. So it seems unlikely that he would, in this day, go out like what we're seeing right now, because he is so paranoid, because he makes such elaborate plans for taping statements.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I mean, we know that on those occasions when foreigners have been allowed to get close to Saddam Hussein before this war began, those encounters were always filmed by Iraqi television only and by trusted camera people. So I would agree with you. The notion that the real Saddam Hussein would take the risk at a time when U.S. forces were either right on the lip of Baghdad or preparing to close in and advance on the city, would take the risk of wandering around like this, seems somewhat dubious. We know from European research that has been conducted that it is believed that there are at least 3 or 4 doubles that have acted for Saddam Hussein in the past. But again, in a sense, as far as the people for whom this picture is going to have the biggest impact, people in Iraq and people across this region, in a sense, they won't be having that primarily in their minds. They will be saying, well, there's Saddam, he's still around, he still seems to be able to wander around the streets of Baghdad without any major fear at this point, and that is going to, I think, influence opinions again in this part of the world where people are very opposed to the war, and it is going to require this enormous campaign to win hearts and minds here.
Simon, before you go, I just want to ask a question. It was purported to be about 100 degrees today in Baghdad. Now, I see people with leather coats. I see people with bandanas. Are the Iraqis used to dressing up for 100-degree weather?
I'm not sure about that, David. I'm not sure whether we should be expecting them to wear T-shirts or not. It's a good question that does relate perhaps to the timing of when this videotape was taken. I suppose this could have occurred in the early hours of the morning when perhaps there would be fewer people on the streets, fewer people dressed in lighter clothing. It's certainly something that I'm absolutely sure the people who analyze this tape are going to consider in their analysis. And again, it'd be very interesting to grab a close-up of that man and put it next to the close-up of the man who appeared on television tonight calling on the Iraqi people to resist the US-led forces that are approaching into Baghdad, and try and see if we think those two guys are one in the same man.
Simon Marks in Amman, Jordan. Simon, thanks very much. We're going to continue to monitor Iraqi TV. We'll be calling on you again shortly. We also have some still images that are just coming in. Can we show those now? Of Baghdad and Saddam Hussein, but take a look at what you're seeing in the sky above Saddam Hussein, some heavy clouds. Is it possible that these are clouds from the oil fires that were lit when Iraqis anticipated the arrival of coalition forces? Unclear, but we thought it was worth noting to you that there are pictures, still images of, and this being shown on Sky News, of some heavy clouds in the sky over Saddam Hussein.
Joining us now from Washington with his thoughts on all this, former CIA Covert Operations Officer Mike Baker. Mike, what do you think?
Well, I think there's a tremendous amount of speculation going on right now in the community at large. I think the intelligence officers responsible for this sort of thing, both the agency and the military, are not concerning themselves so much with speculation as just a hard forensic analysis of these most recent tapes.
Mike, what had you heard? You still undoubtedly have some friends who were formerly undercover, maybe still are. What had you heard about the consensus in the CIA about whether he's alive or dead?
Well, I mean, to be perfectly honest with you, people don't talk, and so I would never profess to have any sort of access to that. It just doesn't happen. But I will say that there's been a couple of good points made. One, it would be highly unusual at this stage of the campaign for him to get out and walk around in public. Having said that, he's a highly unusual individual, and all the psychological profiles that have been done on him indicate as such. This would not be something out of the realm of the possible. But they will be looking at every possible clue. They'll be looking at visual clues. You made a good point about the clothes. They'll be taking a look at that. They'll be taking a look throughout the panning of that camera, looking for the simple things, targets perhaps that were on the targeting list that have been destroyed and crossed off that list. They'll be looking to see whether there's any indication there. They'll be looking at the earlier tape. They'll be looking at the text to see whether there's any clues.
Again, I'm an amateur. I don't know anything about this stuff, but I see people running towards him. Apparently, it was an impromptu meeting. If Saddam Hussein was alive, the man that the whole coalition forces want dead, do you think they'd plop him down in the middle of Baghdad without any fear that somebody would run up and plug him?
Well, I don't think so personally. Then again, I haven't picked a Super Bowl winner or a Final Four in the NCAA tournament for years, so I don't know what that means. But at the same time, I doubt that they would do that. However, again, they've been, they're masters at staging events. It's not, again, out of the realm of the possible that all these people have been scripted and that this thing is a very well thought out staged event. At the end of the day, you know what, from a PSYOP standpoint, this issue is important. Is he alive? Is he dead? What condition is he in? From a military standpoint, as has been noted before, it makes no difference to the war fighters on the battlefield.
Mike, Linda Vester with you as well. Just a question about what kind of intelligence assets we have that would be looking for something like this. Let's just say, for argument's sake, that this demonstration happened recently. Do we have eyes in the sky that could see something like this on the ground, or would we be relying solely on human intelligence coming out of Baghdad?
No, we'd be relying on both, on technical collection efforts, on signals intercept, on individuals that we'd be fortunate enough to be working with on the ground. The agency personnel involved in this campaign and the military intelligence officers are working flat out. This is a 24-hour effort. The amount of work that goes into this is incredible. And, you know, again, not to be a cheerleader on the sides, but I can't help it, the level of cooperation, of success that the intelligence community has had in integrating with the military in this campaign has been phenomenal. But they would be using every resource available to try to determine the credibility of these most recent tapes.
Mike, you know, I write down sometimes little questions to remind myself of what to ask the guests. One of them was, it appears that the CIA worked very well with CENTCOM and all this, and you preempted me there. The bottom line is that not only is this a joint operation between the services, but the intelligence service seems to me, correct me if I'm wrong, but to have gained a sense of unity with our armed forces that they've never had before.
I'd agree with that. I think it's unprecedented. And it hasn't just happened overnight. Obviously, this has been going on for some time. But I think that since the Gulf War, since 9/11, the events that have taken place, we have really come into our own in terms of integrating the intelligence community with the military and the military intelligence personnel, getting the actionable intelligence out to the people who can use it for their operational purposes.
All right. Mike Baker, formerly of the CIA. Great to have you, Mike. Thanks very much for being here.
Thank you very much.
And as we speak, there is yet another image coming out on Iraqi TV showing men that Iraqi TV is saying are suicide bombers who have come from various Arab countries, proclaiming that they have arrived in Iraq to fight for, quote-unquote, their freedom. You see that, you can see this is one of the images of one of the fighters. They're saying that they're coming from all sorts of different countries. We are going to monitor this tape, get you more information on it very shortly here on Fox.
And at the Pentagon, Victoria Clark and Major General Stanley McChrystal will be holding a briefing in just a few minutes. You can bet we're going to bring it to you live right here on Fox.
For years, people have been telling us that a long-distance call is so different from a local call that it has to cost more money. They both look like apples to me. That's what's great about the neighborhood. You can get unlimited local and long distance for one low monthly price. So every call from home is the same. That's some fresh news.
Get 50% off your first month in the neighborhood. Call 1-800-JOIN-MCI before May 1st.
While other mortgage companies are still filling out the paperwork, Ditech.com is busy processing your loan. Right now, you can apply for a second mortgage with a no closing cost option. It's a whole new way to get a mortgage. Just log on or call 1-800-71-FIXED. Ditech.com, your mortgage solution delivered.
Watch my dark circles, puffiness, and wrinkles disappear instantly. Sudden Change Under Eye does it. It's guaranteed to give you these results instantly. Sudden Change Under Eye Lift.
If you're overweight, remember 2 words, green tea. Mega Green Tea weight loss caplets can help you lose up to 20 pounds without drugs. Mega Green Tea for fast weight loss.
Suffer with scars from surgery and other causes? Then you need ScarZone, the scar diminishing cream to help fade away scars. Your scars need ScarZone.
What you're looking at is Iraqi television. We've just gotten this videotape in. Iraqi TV is saying that these men, this man and others who you'll see in just a second, are on their air proclaiming that they have arrived in Iraq to fight for, quote-unquote, their freedom. Many of them you may see are holding the Quran, the Muslim holy book in their hands. This one is for sure. They are giving their names and ages, and some of them are giving the countries from which they have arrived. Whether this is legitimate, we certainly don't know. This videotape is just coming in, and we're going to make the effort to translate it and get some more details. But you should know that Iraq's information minister earlier today claimed that tonight, meaning this night, they will do something unconventional, not by the military, not intending weapons of mass destruction, we understand, but apparently he said it's commando and martyrdom suicide operations. Now, these men may be what he's talking about. We just don't know. It may be purely propaganda, but we just wanted to show you this videotape. We'll get you more information as we get it from Iraqi TV.
Meanwhile, before September 11th, there was February 26, 1993. That man has been accused and convicted of being responsible for the World Trade Center bombing that killed 6 people, and then a plot to blow up a lot of U.S. commercial airliners. Well, even somebody who's accused of being a terrorist has a right of appeal. That right has been, the appeal has been denied. Ramzi Yousef's conviction stays, according to the Second U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals. They affirmed the conviction of Ramzi Yousef and his accomplices in all respects, the 1993 bombing of the World Trade Center and also that plot to blow up U.S. airliners. So he, in fact, will remain convicted. This, of course, preceded the 2001 9/11 bombings, but a lot of the same people apparently were involved. This particular bombing, their original intent was to bring down the World Trade Center. Of course, that failed. We were also told that the truck, the Ryder truck that was used to house those explosives also contained cyanide in a dastardly plot to poison people as well as try to kill them by the explosions. Apparently, the cyanide evaporated in the explosion itself, not that particular part of the plot having not succeeded, but the bombing itself did lead to the deaths of 6 people and, of course, was a portent of what was to come on September 11, 2001. So Ramzi Yousef and his accomplices, their convictions remain, according to an appeals court.
I'm Catherine Herridge at the world headquarters of Fox News Channel in New York with the latest headlines in Operation Iraqi Freedom. A defiant Iraqi leadership as coalition forces tighten their grip on the capital, Baghdad. Iraqi TV broadcasting this morning a walking tour and statement purportedly from Saddam Hussein, calling on Iraqis to, quote, strike the enemy with force, even showing tape of crowds mobbing and cheering him. What's significant here is that the statement mentions the downing of a U.S. Apache helicopter March 24th. The intelligence community does not view the tape as conclusive, but it could be evidence that Hussein survived the first night of bombing when his bunker was the target. Troops at Baghdad Airport, the site 10 miles southwest of the capital, now under coalition control. CENTCOM officials are looking at this as a gateway to Iraq. What you're seeing right now are live pictures in Baghdad. Now, this airport is very important in Baghdad because it could allow troops to bring in military equipment and humanitarian aid. It also means Iraqi leaders can't flee by air. Taking that airport was a major objective, but officials warn the fighting is far from over. Now this morning, U.S. troops say they found a second site near Baghdad with unidentified vials of liquid and white powder. Earlier at the Latakia industrial complex, 25 miles south of the city, U.S. troops found thousands of boxes of white powder, a nerve agent anecdote, and Arabic documents on how to enlarge chemical warfare. According to the initial tests, a senior U.S. source says the white powder may be an explosive, not a chemical weapon. The site is still being searched.
Breakaway from Catherine Herridge. What you were seeing just moments ago, fire from the ground to the air, ACAC fire, anti-aircraft fire. Frankly, I hadn't seen much of that recently. This is Baghdad. That's a familiar shot. You see the mosque there. It is from the information ministry. That's where this shot is being filmed from. And you could just see the ACAC fire going towards the sky. We are seeing very light flashes. Now, of course, that might just be from a car headlight. Yes, it appeared to be. But again, I hadn't seen much of this anti-aircraft fire in the past few days. We didn't know that they had much more left. We don't know what might be coming because of that.
Now, it's also worth noting the question of who is operating the anti-aircraft artillery batteries, because, as you know, the people who have been assumed to be staying behind inside Baghdad to protect what is left of Saddam Hussein's regime are the Special Republican Guard and the SSO, the Special Security Organization, among a few others. I believe we have some natural sound here, so when we get some more AAA fire, we're going to let you hear it for yourselves. There it is. There, I'm sure we'll be hearing more, a little bit more. Presumably, this is because they see or hear, they probably hear some coalition aircraft overhead. As you know, now that the Baghdad International Airport has been liberated, taken over, and is now being, there's some more AAA, there you're seeing right there, now that's being used by the coalition. There are probably many more American aircraft that are going to be moving in there. The tarmacs, we understand, have been rendered unusable by fixed-wing aircraft to keep the regime from trying to fly out of there and escape. But certainly helicopters can be used, and that means that we're going to see more coalition aircraft in that city.
Once again, these pictures brought to you live from Baghdad. We believe this is still that shot from on top of the information ministry. It's a shot that our own Simon Marks was quite familiar with. He used to broadcast from there. The shot there, you can see some more anti-aircraft fire. As I mentioned before, we haven't seen a lot of this. Apparently, Allied coalition bombers and fighters believed that they had just about used up all they had. Let's listen. What you may be hearing just may be the last dying gasp of what they do have. Again, you don't want to be premature about these things, and coalition forces are prepared to deal with just about anything. But this may be some of the last anti-aircraft fire that you will hear from Baghdad before the big push. Of course, the city is still in a blacked out state, and we are still not sure why. Who is responsible for this? If this is just a natural breakdown of the electrical grid, or in fact, if this was either sabotage from coalition forces or from somebody within Iraq or the regime itself.
And before nightfall, what was being seen in and around Baghdad was somewhat of a mixed picture. In some cases, the main highways were absolutely clogged with residents of Baghdad desperate to get out because they knew that the final attack was imminent. And they were loading onto buses, motorcycles, anything they could get into, squeeze their families and their possessions to flee the city and wait it out until they could return and enjoy a free Iraq. At the same time, we understand that there was also a bizarre sense of normalcy in other parts of the city, that bakeries and barber shops, minus the electrical power, were working fairly normally. So it's a very surreal situation what's going on in Baghdad tonight. There is some knowledge clearly that that coalition forces are getting close to the seat of power of Saddam Hussein, and that this capital city is nearly free. But still, you can see there are remnants, as you're going to continue to hear, a little bit of AAA, anti-aircraft artillery fire.
We may get a little more information about what's going on in Baghdad, indeed, with regard to this fire that we've just seen, and also with regard to those pictures of Saddam from the Pentagon today. today. You see it on the left-hand side of the screen, the podium at which we're going to hear Victoria Clark shortly answering questions from the gathered press corps there. We're going to cover that live as soon as it begins.
One of the details we're going to be looking forward to hearing about is this mass surrender that some of the Marines had just seen south of the capital city of Baghdad. Apparently, some 2,500 Republican guards had just surrendered to U.S. Marines. Now, you know that these are the more well-trained of Saddam's forces, and that so many of them in one spot would have surrendered may be indicative of the massive crumbling of what's left of the regime. It has been mentioned in news reports that the U.S. military may not be so keen on some sort of giant assault of Baghdad, that they may be watching to see if, as Iraqis get wind of these mass surrenders, that the regime may implode on its own, and in some cases that may be preferable. It means you don't have to attack as much of the infrastructure. Once again, these are live pictures you're seeing. We want to make sure we have the source clear on this. It's Abu Dhabi TV, one of the Arab sources of footage that we have been monitoring in these days since the war began, and these unclear what the source is. We just want to show you the pictures straight away. We'll be able to provide more details as we get some analysis here, but just wanted to show you the picture. This is once again Abu Dhabi TV, nighttime shots of Baghdad where the lights are out once again. Still unclear who cut the power. U.S. coalition maintains it did not, and it's possible that Saddam Hussein's regime may have. We'll keep you posted.
And again, you see a darkened Baghdad. Baghdad is still suffering from this power outage. You will occasionally see lights, stable lights, besides the car lights, because a lot of folks there have their own generators. And there again, the Akak fire. Let's listen in and see if we can hear it. Oh, all right. This actually is not live. This is tape just recorded, no more than 5-10 minutes ago of what's happening in Baghdad. So far, we have not seen the complement of the ground-to-air fire. We haven't seen any bombs dropping specifically that we know of. Of course, Baghdad is large, and earlier today, only about 2 hours ago, there were sounds from inside the capital of artillery fire in the southwest, towards the southwest. Now, that's in the direction of the airport. It may have been sounds from the battle taking place in the airport itself. Again, let's listen in and see if we can hear any natural sound here.
You can see, you just saw a flash there. There we go, there's another one.
Apparently not. Now, the big battle, of course, there you saw a flash on the horizon. We don't know which direction the camera is pointing here, but the main activity around Baghdad has been in the southwest. That's where the airport is located, about 12 miles outside of the city. A huge battle apparently has taken place there. There were some elements of the Iraqi Republican Guard that simply would not give up. Some people said it was just a total mismatch when tanks rolled towards coalition forces, who, of course, took them out. We don't know precisely how many casualties. There again, you see some explosions in the background. Apparently, the Akak fire knew what it was doing. They were correct in presuming that this was a raid.
Now, meanwhile, an update on what is happening about 10 to 12 miles from the city center. What's happening at Baghdad International Airport. We're understanding from Brigadier General Vincent Brooks is that the airport could be in use by U.S. forces within 36 hours. And that said, we're also hearing at the same time that helicopter units of the 101st Airborne have already started to move in, presumably to use the Baghdad airport as a base from which to strike at targets in and around Baghdad. It may be attacks like that that are prompting this AAA fire that you're seeing live on Iraqi TV and Abu Dhabi TV. And one of the things that's being explained to us is that what is making the 101st so key in being at the front here and operating out of Baghdad International Airport is that now that the U.S. coalition is going to be fighting in urban terrain, to be effective, they need light infantry, and that's the 101st. So that would explain why they will be among the very first to be operating out of the airport.
Of course, a lot of questions remain today as we continue to see flashes in the background right on the horizon. We don't know how close that will come into view from that particular camera. But this is all happening while that videotape of supposedly Saddam Hussein, supposedly taped recently, was shown on Iraqi television. Now, of course, the capital is black. people who have generators probably have more important things to do than watch Iraqi television. So nevertheless, these pictures are important outside of Iraq, as well as in sections of Iraq where they do have television, although we're not sure if the signal reaches that far. But as you can see, the coalition bombing is relentless. It has not let up. The forces are just on the edge of Baghdad center. If indeed they have full control of the airport now, they have a clear route into the city. Simon Marks and others who've spent a lot of time in Baghdad tell us that indeed the road from the airport to Baghdad is very straight, very clear. It's about 15 minutes if you don't run into traffic, and we don't expect there's going to be a lot of traffic.
Another piece of information, there's another flash, as we have just gotten word that a big explosion has just hit a presidential complex in central Baghdad. Once again, a major explosion hitting a presidential complex in central Baghdad. This coming from the Reuters news service. Now, this comes after a special ops commando raid on another presidential complex north of the capital city. It's been mentioned today in briefings from U.S. officials that that part of this, in addition to simply taking over this city and liberating it from the oppressive regime, this is also just psyops as well, making it very clear to what is left of this regime that its days, its hours are numbered. And so as they continue to strike specifically presidential complexes, as it appears has just happened once again in central Baghdad, the message is being sent by the coalition that those who are left should surrender quickly or lose their lives.
Now, it's hard to believe. It has only been 2 weeks since the shock and awe phase of this campaign began. It seems like such a long time, particularly for those folks who are in Baghdad itself, having endured almost relentless bombing. Of course, that bombing has been targeted very specifically at the Saddam Hussein regime itself. But once again, it has only been 2 weeks since the shock and awe portion of this campaign has begun. It was right after that bombing that took place when we saw a briefing 2 weeks ago. They waited until the main portion of shock and awe had completed before Don Rumsfeld came on. We are ironically waiting now for a press conference from the Pentagon. It won't be Don Rumsfeld. It will be Victoria Clark. There you see on the left-hand side of the screen. But our own Kelly Wright has been standing by. Kelly, anybody at the Pentagon tell you what's going on in Baghdad right now?
Well, basically, we were talking earlier about the appearance of Saddam Hussein, and senior officials here say that it's unlikely that that would be Saddam Hussein parading through the streets of Baghdad, particularly when you look at live pictures of what's going on there right now. More than likely, they're looking at this with a great degree of skepticism. And of course, we know that we are approaching the gates of Baghdad, particularly after the Army's third ID has taken control of the Saddam International Airport, changing the name to Baghdad International. We're looking at the video now that's in question. We will likely hear from the Pentagon officials describing this and discussing it. That will take place about a minute or two from now. We're waiting for Victoria Clark to arrive and give us the briefing of what's unfolding in Baghdad right now, even as we speak. But apparently there is some bombing. As you know, the relentless bombing campaign has been promised that it will continue. CENTCOM, of course, has been conducting this kind of campaign for the past 15 days now. The Pentagon officials saying that for the first 15 days of this war, things have gone pretty much as planned. And I must tell you that earlier today, the Marines wiped out the Al-Nida division of the Republican Guard. As you may recall, David, the Baghdad and Medina divisions have also been wiped out. There are 3 divisions remaining, and there are even reports that some of the Nebuchadnezzar division has also been degraded, greatly degraded.
Kelly, just another thing that's coming into us. Once again, as Tori Clark and Brigadier General Stanley McChrystal are walking their way toward the podium there at DOD, there's a report on Reuters that there once again is a big explosion that has hit a presidential complex in central Baghdad. This at the same time that the Iraqi government is promising suicide raids against the coalition in Baghdad. Perhaps this will be a question that's going to be brought up in minutes from now. Once again, Tori Clark and Brigadier General Stanley McChrystal live at DOD.
And the incredible men and women of the coalition forces are making good progress. That progress does not come easily. We reflect every day that a number of our troops have made the ultimate sacrifice for their country, and our heart breaks to hear of each one lost. We salute their remarkable dedication and their bravery, and their families are in our thoughts and prayers. Several journalists have died as well, trying to tell the very important story of this war. And I know that many people in this building in this town knew Mike Kelly, who was killed last night just south of Baghdad. Mike was just a phenomenal journalist with an enthusiasm for his work that was surpassed only by his passion for his family. And our condolences go out today to Madeline, his wife, and his children and his parents. Our troops are accomplishing our goals in Iraq, and these include, and it's always good to go back and take a look at these, ending the regime of Saddam Hussein, destroying any facilities or groups involved in global terrorism and weapons of mass destruction, securing the oil fields, providing humanitarian relief, and helping the Iraqi people move towards self-government. As we've said before, many bad things that could have happened have not thus far. The oil fields have not been destroyed. There is not a humanitarian crisis or a mass exodus of refugees. Iraq has not yet fired missiles at Israel or Jordan, and chemical weapons have not been used yet. At the same time, some very good things have happened. Out in the field, we have seriously weakened the divisions of Saddam Hussein and are securing the Baghdad airport, a very important location. More and more Iraqi troops are realizing every day that they are in a lost cause and are leaving their positions, going home or surrendering to our troops. We continue to deliver a tremendous amount of food to the Iraqi people, including some straight from the United States. We have a few photographs of wheat being loaded onto a ship at the port of Galveston, Texas. The ship, which is named the Free Atlas, is carrying about 28,000 tons of wheat, nearly 1 pound of flour for every man, woman, and child in Iraq. Another 28,000 tons were loaded on the Yellow Rose earlier in the week for delivery to Iraq. We are also delivering something else in Iraq. On Wednesday, this baby, only two hours old in this photo, was delivered by a medical team from the 15th Marine Expeditionary Unit. Unlike previous generations in Iraq, this girl will have a chance to grow up in a place of hope and freedom. The regime we are ousting clearly would do just about anything to hold on to power and abuse its people. In many locations, the enemy continues to use schools, hospitals, and mosques as places of war. In dozens of classrooms, literally dozens of classrooms, coalition troops continue to find mortar rounds, rocket-propelled grenades, anti-personnel mines, and anti-tank mines. There have also been reports from embedded reporters of Iraqi facilities that look like they may have been used for torture. One television report showed the desk of a police chief or a jail warden containing the identification cards of several Iraqis. As many of you know, a person could be punished severely for traveling in Iraq without an identification card. So the question is obvious: why did those men no longer need their cards? The fear and the terror is starting to evaporate in Iraq. Many of them feel free enough to cheer the arrival of the coalition forces. A recent story in the New York Times said, quote, "People rushed to greet them, the soldiers, crying out repeatedly, 'Thank you, this is beautiful.' Two questions dominated the crowd. Will you stay, and can you tell me what time Saddam is finished?" Asked what else the people wanted, residents pointed to a building from which they said rocket-propelled grenades were launched and asked the military to remove them. As we near the end of the regime, we have to remember and underscore repeatedly that the very toughest fighting could lie ahead. It's quite possible that what's left of the Iraqi regime will continue or even escalate their horrible tactics of using civilians as hostages and shields for their own protection. In Baghdad, we continue to see the enemy putting military assets in and around schools, hospitals, mosques, homes, embassies, clearly hoping to blame any civilian deaths on the coalition forces. The regime is fooling nobody, and the end is inevitable. As the President said yesterday at Camp Lejeune, no scheme of this enemy, no crime of a dying regime will divert us from our mission. We will not stop until Iraq is free. General.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. I'd also like to express my condolences to families and loved ones of all those we've lost in the conflict. Operation Iraqi Freedom continues. General Brooks covered the last 24 hours of operations in detail during the CENTCOM brief earlier today, so I'll be brief. Currently, the coalition has a substantial number of forces on the ground at Baghdad International Airport and will begin to increase our scope of control over additional areas nearby. We are still sporadically engaging forces on the airport grounds and clearing buildings there. Further east, Marines are continuing to push towards Baghdad from Al-Qut, and we're continuing to engage any remaining elements of some Republican Guard divisions defending the outskirts of Baghdad. Yesterday, coalition aircraft flew more than 1,000 sorties over Iraq, focusing on regime leadership targets and Republican Guard forces. Coalition forces have fired more than 750 cruise missiles and have now expended over 14,000 precision-guided munitions since Operation Iraqi Freedom began. I have 3 videos for you today. The first one is of an F-16 dropping a precision-guided weapon on Iraqi troops in their vehicle hiding in an orchard near Haditha. The next 2 videos are of F-15s dropping precision-guided munitions on MiG-21s parked in a revetment in the vicinity of Ar-Ramadi. And with that, we'll be happy to take your questions.
Charlie.
Tory, what does the Pentagon and U.S. intelligence make of television pictures from Baghdad, apparently from Baghdad today, of a figure purported to be that of Saddam Hussein in rubble that could have been caused since the bombing started?
I think apparently is a good word. We have no idea where the tapes have come from. Don't have anything for you on the tapes themselves. I just don't think it's that significant what may or may not be in tapes or when they may have been made. We haven't seen him publicly, and what really matters is not whether or not he's dead or alive, but the fact of whoever is left in this regime, whatever is left of the regime leadership, got up today and realized they have less and less control of their country. They have less and less control of just about everything in that country, and that's what's significant. And what we're focused on is ending the regime.
If it is Saddam, are you concerned that he's alive and able to exhort people to continue fighting?
I'm not going to speculate on any hypotheticals. What we are focused on is continuing the kind of progress we've made thus far. Think about what has happened in 2 weeks. Think about how far the forces have come. Think about the domination and the supremacy in the air. Think about our special forces everywhere. Think about what we have saved for the Iraqi people. And again, whatever is left of this leadership, they got up today and looked around and realized they have very little control of their country.
But you said again, you weren't. I'm sorry. You said you weren't going to speculate, and yet you seemed to indicate that it didn't matter whether he was alive or dead. Is this building concerned that he might still be alive, kicking and exhorting people to fight?
Well, we focus on results, and the results are that the coalition forces have made some pretty extraordinary progress in 2 weeks. We still have some tough work ahead. As I said, as we close in on Baghdad, we have great concern about whether or not they would use WMD, for instance. We realize that some of the fighting from a desperate, dying regime could be pretty intense, but that's what we're focused on.
Jamie. Just one thing that's, whether or not these tapes are genuine or pre-taped or whether Saddam ever did, one thing that's clear is that the Iraqi regime is still using television images to create the perception that the regime remains in control to some extent. I guess I would ask both of you, how long will that be permitted to continue? And do you have any sense of whether these images that we're seeing are being seen in Iraq, or are they only broadcast externally on satellites, or are they broadcast internally?
My understanding is that the communications and what people in Iraq can see and not see or hear or not hear is up and down. Sometimes it's on, sometimes it's off. So I have no idea what they're actually seeing. I do know, and people are demonstrating this, more and more people in this country are beginning to realize that the regime is going to be gone. The very fact that they are coming out and greeting coalition forces, the fact that they are pointing coalition forces to caches of arms and weapons and telling them where some of these, the death squad headquarters are, for instance, that demonstrates increasingly what they increasingly believe about the results of what's going on with the regime.
Well, what about Iraqi television as a, which has already been identified as a legitimate military target? Why is it still able to exert a force?
Well, the regime determined early on that one of its primary mechanisms for controlling the population and exerting coercion was through its media. and it has a very redundant system, starting with fixed sites to include mobile vans that it uses to put out its signal. Clearly, we've degraded that significantly, and we believe that it is sporadic at best, but it is still important. And we find it interesting that Saddam Hussein, if he is alive, feels the need to walk in the street to prove that. What we don't see is effective command and control from his level. We do see some sort of regime command and control, but effective military command and control, which is normally emanated from the core of the regime, has not been apparent on the battlefield.
But you plan to take out Iraqi television or take over Iraqi television at some point?
We intend to limit their ability to use those mechanisms to control the population.
And we're also communicating with the Iraqi people in a variety of ways, such as Commando Solo. We've been communicating regularly with them. Bill?
It was reported today that a Marine colonel has been relieved of duty. Why was he relieved of duty, and was it related to the investigation of 2 Marines who drowned several days ago in the Saddam Canal?
I don't have anything for you on it. I got asked that question by a reporter, and that's all I know.
It would only be appropriate to let his chain of command discuss that.
Tori.
Let's go right there and then we'll come back.
Major General McChrystal, could you categorize the remaining fighting strength of the Republican Guard divisions, excepting Medina and Baghdad, which have already been spoken of at this podium? And can you also describe or characterize your level of anxiety about this threat today from the Information Minister that tonight, specifically, unconventional, non-military means would be used against coalition forces at the airport?
Sure. We believe that the Republican Guard, which consisted of 6 divisions, now is missing 2 of those divisions, essentially in their entirety, the Medina and Baghdad divisions. There may be a few remnants of those wandering around. But the situation of the other 4 is very confused because we know that they moved parts of those divisions around, and in fact, they have become intermixed with some of the other elements on the battlefield. We believe that overall, each of those remaining 4 divisions has been significantly attrited to this point, significantly degraded. I won't put a number on it, but those remaining 4 are nothing like what they started the battle. Now, our level of concern over the surprise or unexpected activity, we went into this operation expecting the unexpected. And from car bombings to the potential use of weapons of mass destruction, we've had to stay postured for sort of anything that the regime is capable of using. So at this point, we are just postured for that. We have no particular threat that we consider more than another.
Well, my question was along the same lines about sort of what happened to the Republican Guard. The embedded reporters along the way have been saying that they have not seen the evidence of this destruction that they expected to see, and they've been quoting the troops that they're going along with, that they're continuously surprised at how light the resistance is. I guess that just from a layman's point of view, that raises the question of the rope-a-dope strategy of somehow, you know, they're holding back and ready to pull a surprise. Is that a concern at this point?
It's always something that we pay attention to, but I would tell you, I think what they're seeing is the doctrine and the synergy at work. The way we are designed to fight in our fighting is to use intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance assets to identify enemy locations, and then use our air and long shooters, our ATACMs, MLRS, and artillery to attrit enemy forces so that when we finally close in ground combat, in fact, it's not an even fight. What we believe we saw in the Baghdad and Medina divisions is we had attrited both of those formations, both materially and also morally, to the point where when the first MEF, the Marines came on the Baghdad division, and then when 3rd ID hit the Medina division, they were incapable of a coherent defense. Now, there were some point contacts that were very violent, and the soldiers and Marines had fought through some sharp fights. But the fabric, the cohesion of the defense isn't there. They may be able to pull it together, but there's no evidence of that yet.
There have been several reports today from Iraq of chemicals or suspected chemicals being found in various places, Nazaré and other places. Are you able to shed any light on what you know about that?
Really nothing new to report. We're in a lot of different places The first primary objective, obviously, is to win the war and finish the war. We have a lot of people that will be going into potential or suspected sites. It's hard work. It will take a long time. I have nothing new to report. In a lot of these places, I know, for instance, they have found defensive equipment and supplies, which says something. But again, it's not hard to speculate. These are people who have used chemicals against their own people. The potential for them to do it again is real. So we have nothing new to report on finding WMD, but just in the name of managing expectations, we've said we've got a primary mission here, which is to finish the war, which we can continuing to do, and then a second primary objective, which is finding and destroying the WMD, but nothing new to report.
Some materials have been found that are being examined or tested in some?
In some places they have gotten in enough that they can take documents and equipment and samples, but nothing to report back to you on it.
Can you help us to understand one of the points, one of the arguments made by the administration on the war criminals tag? Obviously, the administration has seen a number of irregular practices on the part of the Iraqis. One of them in particular puzzles me. When they take off their uniforms and fight in civilian clothes, why is that a war crime? Because U.S. Special Forces do it and did it in Afghanistan. They didn't behave in the same way, but why is the act of fighting without a uniform considered a war crime?
I'm not a lawyer, so I might get part of this wrong, but having grown up in that business, part of it is the action, what you do when you're not in uniform. If a force is going to engage in combat, is going to fight, it must wear a uniform or some kind of uniform. Law of land warfare says armbands or some distinctive marking that allows combatants to be identified from civilians. In these cases, the use of civilian clothing was expressly for the purpose of acting in a combatant way while hiding the fact that they were combatants, similar to the false surrenders, using the law of war and the sure knowledge that we would follow that against coalition forces.
That goes to the behavior, but U.S. forces in Afghanistan and U.S. forces now in Iraq are not in uniform and do not, some of them are not in uniform and do not have specific designations that they are, in fact, American soldiers.
I'd actually like to take that question because I don't think you're right about that. No, we'll take the question and we'll get back to you, but I don't think you're right about that.
That they are somehow designated as U.S. soldiers?
We will take the question, but my understanding is that they are designated as such. Alex.
Great. General, are U.S. coalition forces under any special instructions?
You don't need to answer his question now.
Are coalition forces under any special instructions if they come across Saddam Hussein or any of the other senior leaders who are considered most wanted? Secondly, outside of the Kurdish territory, are we currently working with any armed groups in Iraq, or have we armed any Iraqis to work with us?
I'm not sure whether we've armed any elements outside of the Turkish or the Kurdish area. We are working with elements in many of the areas, Shia elements in southern cities, to try to help them identify and help us identify some of the irregular forces that have been operating there. So clearly we are working with populations to try to give them the ability to remove the regime figures in the area.
And as far as any special instructions to our forces vis-a-vis Saddam Hussein or any of the other senior most wanted?
Not things we would discuss from here. Eric.
General McChrystal, every day we see on the briefing and at the CENTCOM briefing, they talk a little bit about the Special Operations Force and Special Forces activity. But given your own background, can you characterize for us how extensive these operations are in Iraq and how they compare historically to other campaigns, particularly ones you've been involved in?
Sure. They are more extensive in this campaign than any I have seen. Probably as a percentage of effort, they are unprecedented for a war that also has a conventional part to it. In fact, in the north, significant special operations presence, working with the Kurdish groups, helping achieve stability, helping to bring in the 173rd Airborne when it came. In the west, a large area denial mission, very, very effective at this point, to include the point attack of a number of specific targets, airfields, potential weapons of mass destruction sites, some command and control headquarters, and then in the south, some aid to the conventional forces, some reconnaissance and whatnot, and then additionally some of the work in some of the cities to help the Shia elements. So it's probably the most effective and the widest use of special operations forces in recent history, clearly.
Can we just follow on that? Early on, Ms. Clark, I think you said there were hundreds of special operations forces in. Obviously, that number has gone up. Can you give us a ballpark figure of the amount of special operations people in the country?
Probably not.
It's a lot.
Enough. Tony.
General, can I go back to one of the threats that hasn't materialized, the use of chemical and biological weapons? What are some of the military factors at play that have prevented the use of whatever inventory they might have? And I'm not asking you to repeat the PSYOPs warnings from the podium, but what's been at play here? And at some point, the public's going to start wondering, has the Bush administration overplayed this? They might not have the inventory we thought they have. Can you also lay out what they are suspected of having right now in terms of 155s, 122 millimeter rockets, delivery systems that they could actually use right now after 2 weeks of pounding, relentless pounding from the air?
Sure. I got to start with the I.O. part because I believe it is key, and that is identifying the people who give the order or execute it as war criminals, making sure they know that, because we think that's a big component of deterrence. The next part of it is suppression of their capability, and what we've done with that is we've used air, long-range shooters like ATACMS and MLRS. We've also used SOF to go at all the capabilities they have to launch, which are their rocket systems, their long-range artillery. We believe they have capability in both of those modes to launch chemical and biological weapons. So in every case, we've gone to destroy the launch capabilities or to at least suppress them from being able to launch, to include having a system called time-sensitive targeting. And that's a series of aircraft in the air, and every time a sensor of any kind, be it a person on the ground or a collection asset like a Predator, identifies one, those aircraft are there for the express purpose of attacking that immediately. And that has a destruction and a deterrence capability to it. Then the next part of the defense against this is the effective defenses we have. The Patriot, which is engaged effectively against their surface-to-surface missiles. Then our own protective measures that we have. Chemical and biological weapons aren't going to affect the operational outcome of the battlefield, and I think the Iraqis know that. They can be a terror weapon, they can be a nuisance, they can slow certain elements, but they never had the potential to change the operational outcome, to stop the movement of forces. So we believe that constantly suppressing their capabilities and yet the inexorable advance we've had to Baghdad is what does it.
Their backs are against the wall now. What capabilities do they have left that you're concerned about? You're not going to be moving in maneuver warfare now. You're going to be massed around Baghdad.
There are a lot of unknowables, Tony.
Sure. What's left, though?
Well, that's it. They may have a bit of all of that left. Logically, now that we are at Baghdad Airport, they wouldn't use chemical and biological weapons because we are right amongst their population. But they have not fought logically from the beginning, and so we in no way discount the possibility they will. They also could use car bombs. They could have, in fact, left chemical and biological weapons at locations that have been bypassed. So we've got to be ready for the entire spectrum of capability.
Thelma, next to last.
You mentioned the significance of the airport. I wondered if you could outline the significance of the airport, not only of the symbolic significance of taking it, but also the military significance in terms of the size of it, its location on major roads, its proximity to Baghdad, and if you could just outline the significance.
I'd just say one thing. It is hugely symbolic. That's not why we go in and do things. And one thing that is significant about its location is what is near and what is around it. A lot of leadership sites, palaces. We know there are underground complexes that the forces are working their way through. So it's a big complex, clearly had a lot of leadership activity in and near and around it, and that's what we're focused on.
General?
And you can't discount that. That was clearly a big component. In the short term, its value as an airfield is not critical because we had already shut down its ability to the Iraqis to be an airfield. It gives us great capability as time passes. It's too early for us to use it for air operations at this point.
In terms of its location on major roads, and what about other military advantages it gives you?
Well, it's a great location on the southwest portion of Baghdad to allow us to posture ourselves around the city or to move into the city.
Tori, could I ask you?
We'll do Jeannie.
So much has been made. This is to free the Iraqi people. What kind of concern is there right now? You have U.S. forces on the gates of Baghdad at the airport. The people inside, though, millions of people are without power, 100-degree weather, some without water, and now you're saying they could face intense fighting in their streets. Can you describe what kind of concern there is right now for the people inside Baghdad, and if anything can be done about that?
Oh, I think the last 2 weeks have demonstrated the concern we have for the Iraqi people, including the people in Baghdad. We have chosen every one of those targets in Baghdad with great care, and the way in which they were struck was done with great precision and great care to save as many lives as possible. We deliberately didn't target some things because we didn't want them to be without power, without water, those sorts of things. We did not have the power grid as a target.
Are you concerned about any kind of humanitarian crisis within Baghdad?
That's why you see ever-increasing numbers of coalition forces bringing in ever-increasing amounts of humanitarian assistance. That's why you see us working so hard to demine the waterways so we can get humanitarian assistance in. And there is such a huge contrast between our approach to the people of Iraq and the civilians of Iraq in particular and the Iraqi regime. I mean, every single day you see another demonstration of the care and the compassion of the coalition forces and what they're doing to protect the Iraqi people and protect them from the regime itself. There's absolutely no comparison. So what you will see going forward is continued efforts to save and protect the Iraqi people from that regime. Thank you.
Brigadier General Stanley McChrystal and Tori Clark finishing the daily briefing at the Pentagon. A couple of key points that they mentioned. Number one, the status of the Republican Guard. 6 total divisions. Now 2 of them are essentially destroyed. And the remaining 4, as they're explaining, are pretty much very confused that each of them has been significantly degraded in some way, shape, or form. But basically, all of them are way down from their top shape. 2 have been effectively destroyed, and the 4 are significantly degraded, saying that there's no cohesion in their overall defense. But also, the Pentagon is saying that so far they've been unable to shut down Iraqi TV. That's why we've been able to show you those pictures of Saddam Hussein that have just been broadcast today. A couple of things, other things, the use of special operations. They described some of their placements all over the country of Iraq, saying this is the widest use of special operations in conflict ever. And also the question of weapons of mass destruction. The Pentagon's still not taking that for granted, making sure that they are ready for any unconventional use of WMD as we get closer and closer to the end of Saddam Hussein's regime. Stand by for more news at the top of the hour. This is a Fox News War Alert. Anti-aircraft fire is being heard once again over Baghdad as coalition forces move in to liberate the city. Iraqi TV today, in fact, just moments ago, is showing what looks like Saddam Hussein taking a tour of a bombed-out area in Baghdad. There's no way to tell if this man who you're seeing in the center of your screen is, in fact, the Iraqi dictator, since he's been known to use body doubles. But if it is Saddam Hussein, and if he is still alive, how does the coalition plan to deal with him? As we speak, the commander-in-chief is meeting with a group of Iraqi Americans, people who are telling him their horror stories and suggesting to him ways to get this country back on its feet once it's been liberated. Hi, everybody. I'm Linda Vester, live in New York. It's 2 p.m. Eastern Time, 11 a.m. Pacific, and 11 p.m. in Baghdad. You're watching special live coverage of Operation Iraqi Freedom. Good afternoon, everyone. It's good to have you with us. We've just gotten word once again that a presidential complex in the center of Baghdad has been struck once again. A complex that Qusay, one of the sons of Saddam Hussein, Qusay Hussein, has used. It's been repeatedly struck, and once again in the past couple of minutes it's been struck again. Now at the same time, and you're looking, by the way, at live pictures of downtown Baghdad, and you'll be able to see some tracer fire. This is anti-aircraft artillery, what's left of it, and as we see more of it, we'll go back to it. In the meantime, in the past couple of days, Iraqi TV has been airing damning video of Saddam Hussein. Well, today, it showed him reading a written statement, well, purportedly from him, and these statements over the past several days have been largely written off as lame attempts to prove he is alive in charge. Well, now, today, things got a little different. The scenes aired today, one of which you're seeing right now, a little more intriguing. They follow an address by Saddam Hussein in which he refers, apparently, to recent developments in Operation Iraqi Freedom, specifically the downing of an American helicopter. So as coalition forces are tightening the noose around Baghdad, the world once again is asking, does this prove Saddam Hussein is alive? Is he in charge? And what will it take to get him? We're going to take you live to our correspondents all around the world, including those who are embedded with U.S. troops. We're going to start with Simon Marks. He's live in Amman, Jordan. Simon?
Hi, Linda. Well, in the old days before this war began, Iraqi television always used to be all Saddam all the time. The people of Iraq had gotten used to seeing their president on television since he acceded to the presidency back in 1979. Then the war started. We didn't see so much of Saddam Hussein. But tonight, suddenly, out of the blue, Iraqi television again reverted to type. Saddam Hussein back on television screens across Iraq. The most recent pictures, these were transmitted just around an hour and a half ago. A man purported to be Saddam Hussein, we can't tell you for certain whether that is him or not, wandering around downtown Baghdad. Now, we do know that these pictures were indeed taken in Baghdad because in some of these scenes you can see a memorial that we know is a memorial in Baghdad to Iraqi friendship with the Palestinians. We also get a sense in that picture that you saw briefly there of some fires blazing behind the man purported to be Saddam Hussein walking around the center of town, and it would suggest that these pictures have been taken relatively recently, perhaps since the bombing of Baghdad began. And as Linda reported, the bombing of Baghdad continues tonight. Perhaps coalition forces trying to send a psychological message to the Hussein family by once again launching strikes against that presidential palace used by Qusay Hussein. You can see anti-aircraft tracer fire lighting up the night sky. Much of Baghdad tonight still plunged into darkness, so it's impossible to know how many people in Baghdad actually saw those televised images of Saddam Hussein. They were the second time today that we had seen Saddam Hussein on Iraqi television, or a man we think might be Saddam Hussein. Earlier in the day, in a televised address to the nation, the Iraqi president, looking tired and haggard and reading from notes, called on his people to rise up and resist the ongoing U.S. assault against Baghdad. Strike the enemy hard, he said. Strike the enemy with force. He said that the military campaign was going exactly as he had expected. It was not concentrated in any one area. And he called on the residents of Baghdad to emulate the example of other citizens elsewhere in the country and try to resist the advance of US-led forces. Now, what's telling about this videotape is that it contains a time reference. During it, Saddam Hussein makes specific mention of a downed Apache, a US Apache helicopter that went down back on March the 23rd. The Iraqis say it was shot down by a peasant farmer with a rifle. Saddam Hussein mentions that incident in this videotape. So the important aspect of this tape that everyone is now debating is that it appears to imply that the Iraqi leader survived that first night of airstrikes on downtown Baghdad and was certainly alive as recently as March the 24th. Now, as for all the fighting that has occurred over the past 24 hours at what used to be called Saddam International Airport, renamed today by US forces Baghdad International Airport, the country's information minister has insisted that all of that is just a propaganda plot by the United States. He said if you've seen the movie Wag the Dog, in which American forces wage a fictional war that is then shown coast to coast on American television, then he said you'll know what kind of propaganda the Americans are pulling off at the airport. He did, however, issue a chilling threat to US forces gathered at the airport, saying that Iraq planned to use non-traditional methods of attack on those US forces, though he denied later that he meant to imply Iraq might use weapons of mass destruction. Instead, he spoke about operations aimed at securing martyrdom for those people carrying them out, another threat perhaps to launch terrorist attacks against US forces. But we should note that the Minister of Information in Baghdad has, over the past several days, days increasingly become the Minister of Misinformation. Just yesterday he was telling the world that US forces were not massed anywhere near Saddam International Airport. Now, across this region, the images of Saddam Hussein that have been played on Iraqi television are being very widely seen, transmitted again and again and again by the various pan-Arab regional television networks. We don't know how many people saw them inside Iraq, but they seem determined on the Iraqi side to use these images to try and build support for Saddam Hussein, to try and communicate to the Iraqi people and to the broader Arab world that he's still alive, he still has some level of control, and that he is still giving the American forces a run for their money. And in this part of the world, while it's not a message that goes down well back in the US, it is a message that plays well in the living rooms down on the Arab street behind me, where many people oppose war and many people will privately be glad to see some pictures of Saddam Hussein tonight. Reporting live from Amman, Jordan, Simon Marks. Linda, back to you.
Simon, thank you very much. I want to explain what you're seeing on the right-hand side of your screen. These are live pictures that we continue to take of downtown Baghdad, and you've been occasionally seeing the past several minutes some anti-aircraft artillery fire. We're going to continue to let you to see that, and as soon as we have some sound, I'll pipe down so you can hear that. But at the same time, we've just gotten some information. Right, you can, and this is purely of noises from the street. But at the same time, we're just getting this in from our senior White House correspondent, Jim Engel, who's been checking with U.S. officials about reaction to that recent videotape just shown today on Iraqi TV of Saddam Hussein out on the street in Baghdad, apparently among a crowd. Well, you know, is it Saddam Hussein? Is it new? Well, here's what Jim has found out from senior U.S. officials. They're saying that intelligence analysis so far of this tape suggests the tape is recent and genuine, in part because of the smoke that is seen behind Saddam Hussein in the sky behind him. I don't want to take too much of that, but that's just the information that's just coming out of our White House team as the Bush administration is saying, well, it doesn't matter right now if Saddam Hussein is alive or dead, because in any event, his regime soon will be toppled. At the same time, the president is meeting with some people who are watching this video very closely and watching the Saddam Hussein video very closely. White House correspondent Wendell Goler is live on the North Line to explain the meeting. Wendell.
Linda, the president is meeting now with Iraqi exiles. That meeting intended more to illuminate the horror of life under Saddam Hussein's regime than to plan for an Iraqi government after Hussein is toppled. Of course, Defense Secretary Rumsfeld continues to push for the creation of an interim government, probably led by members of the Iraqi National Congress. But the White House continues to insist that the government also include people from inside of Iraq, people who actually endured Saddam Hussein's regime. Officials here also announced today the president will meet with British Prime Minister Tony Blair early next week. Press Secretary Ari Fleischer says there's an ambitious agenda in store for them.
The trip will focus on the operations in Iraq. They will talk about the status of the ongoing military operation. They will talk about the humanitarian relief efforts. They'll talk about reconstruction. And they'll talk about the role of the United Nations. They will also talk about the peace process in Northern Ireland. And I think the subject of the Middle East could come up as well.
The President and Prime Minister met last week at Camp David. It was their second meeting in as many weeks, the first since the war began. Then they focused on getting humanitarian aid to the Iraqi people and on the rebuilding of Iraq and on the Middle East peace process, which Blair feels it's essential to move forward, in part to get support for the Iraq mission from the Arab world. President Bush is still awaiting the installation of the new Palestinian prime minister before releasing the so-called roadmap to peace in the Middle East, a joint project of the United States, the European Union, the United Nations, and Russia. Meanwhile, a couple of new videotapes of Saddam Hussein, my colleague Simon Marks was talking about just a minute ago. The White House says they give no firm conclusions one way or another as to Saddam Hussein's state of health, if you will. Officials say the tape will have to go through a technical analysis. And quite frankly, Press Secretary Ari Fleischer says it really doesn't matter whether it's Saddam or not. One official says the fact that the tapes contain smoke in the background makes it very likely that they're relatively recent and not faked, probably not a Saddam double, but Fleischer also says that the U.S. would consider the mission in Iraq to be a success even if Saddam Hussein is never found. Fleischer says the important thing here is to pull him from power, destroy his weapons of mass destruction, and liberate the Iraqi people. Linda?
Wendell, although Ari Fleischer is downplaying the importance of this videotape, saying, look, sooner or later, Saddam's regime will end, maybe some of that is an intended message, but behind the scenes, if he is out of an underground bunker and moving around Baghdad, surely we have to be watching that closely because it provides us a target.
Well, it certainly does, as would be provided if he were to do live television. But you have to realize officials here have said from the start that these tapes of Saddam Hussein were not conclusive as to his state of health. They could have been made, and in fact, the officials, the intelligence indicated that Saddam did make a number of tapes prior to the start of the war, but officials here have been very reluctant, especially in the White House, to declare that Saddam Hussein had been killed in that decapitation strike, that the tapes were fake. They were reluctant to do that precisely because of the knowledge of what that would have said for American credibility had Saddam come forward in the tape like we see today, which gives more likelihood that he is alive. So what you had here was a split perhaps between the White House and the defense community. More members of defense intelligence suggesting Saddam had been killed in that decapitation strike. The folks in the White House not willing to squander their credibility, if it will, to use their credibility, to risk their credibility by saying it looked like Saddam was dead, instead saying he may very well have survived, as it appears he has. Linda?
Wendell Goller, live in the North Lawn. Wendell, thank you very much. We're saddened to have to report that the American press has suffered its first casualty in the war against Iraq. Michael Kelly, a columnist for the Washington Post and editor-at-large for the Atlantic Monthly, has died, apparently in a Humvee accident while he was traveling with the Army's 3rd Infantry Division. He covered the first Persian Gulf War and is the first American journalist to die among the 600 American reporters embedded with our armed forces. Michael Kelly was 46 years old. He leaves behind his wife, Madeline, and his 2 sons, Tom, age 6, and Jack, age 3. Our sympathies to his family. At the same time, more Marines are on their way to Baghdad to beef up the strong coalition force already on the outskirts of the city and, frankly, inside the city as well. We take you now to the Pentagon and Fox's Kelly Wright for more details. Kelly?
That's right. The coalition is on the move and at the gates of Baghdad, and as they do so, the Pentagon is saying that the fear of Saddam Hussein among the Iraqi people is fading away, so much so that some Iraqis are welcoming, giving with open arms the American and British forces, even going so far as to say, hey, how long will you stay, and can you tell me what time Saddam Hussein's regime will end? The Pentagon says as coalition forces get closer to ending the regime, it's important to remember that the very toughest fighting lies ahead. The end of the regime is inevitable, although it's posturing that Saddam Hussein is still in control, showing a new video of Saddam walking through the streets of Baghdad among throngs of cheering people. Tori Clark tells us from the Pentagon that it doesn't matter if Saddam is alive or dead.
We have no idea where the tapes have come from. Don't have anything for you on the tapes themselves. I just don't think it's that significant what may or may not be in tapes or when they may have been made. We haven't seen him publicly, and what really matters is not whether or not he's dead or alive, but the fact of whoever is left in this regime, whatever is left of the regime leadership, got up today and realized they have less and less control of their country. They have less and less control of just about everything in that country, and that's what's significant. And what we're focused on is ending the regime.
And that's it from the Pentagon. Back to you.
Kelly, thank you very much. As Operation Iraqi Freedom continues, more explosions in Baghdad. Fair and balanced coverage of the bombardment continues right after this.
Today's tax tip is brought to you by Jackson Hewitt. Get a Money Now loan at Jackson Hewitt.
Took a loss on a stock sale last year? Well, if it was in a taxable account, make the best of a bad situation. Match any amount of capital loss against an equal amount of the same type of capital gain to reduce your federal tax bill. No gains? The IRS allows you to use up to $3,000 of that loss to offset ordinary income. Carry over additional losses to cut next year's tax bill. Check the IRS website for more information. That's your tax tip for today. I'm Brenda Butner.
There are some who live for caring with all they have to give. There are some who will always.
They are bypassing the defensive lines around Baghdad, just like around other Iraqi cities in general, and avoid to confront those lines. Or they would test those lines, and if they find it strong, then they will avoid engaging, and instead they will skirt these lines, and they will airdrop here and there, just like we expected before.
Judy, in the last half an hour, I talked with a source in Baghdad and learned a number of details of things that are happening in the city. We know from our pictures that there's been bombing this evening. Again, perhaps not as heavy as some of the past nights, but still significant amount of bombing going on in the city. My source also tells me that electricity is being restored to some areas of the city. From where he's located, the west of the city and some of the north of the city seems to have had electricity restored. Lights are back on in those areas. Also, he understands that a number of the Republican Guard and militia forces are gathering close to Saddam International Airport. That has been happening throughout the day. He also understands that a number of anti-aircraft guns have been moved back into the city. Those have been seen on the road coming back into Baghdad today. And certainly from what the information minister has had to say today about a response to the arrival of coalition forces at Saddam International Airport, that there will be an untraditional attack on that airport, perhaps involving, the information minister said, martyrdom operations, suicide missions. Certainly my source telling me that there are a large number of troops gathering quite close to the airport there in Baghdad tonight. Judy?
Well, Nick, that would be a significant development if that's the case, because we have the impression from listening to not only the Pentagon but other military sources that coalition forces seem to be largely in control of the airport. They are still meeting with resistance, they say. We're learning that they're adding reinforcements tonight. They have said that they plan to add hundreds of reinforcements tonight. But Nick, I also want to ask you about the reports that thousands of Iraqi citizens, the news wires reporting, leaving Baghdad tonight in vehicles, some of it described as bumper-to-bumper traffic, heading out of the city, much of it in the direction of the east. How does that square with Saddam Hussein asking his people to stand up and fight for the regime?
Well, Judy, I think the best assessment is definitely coming from the embedded reporters who are traveling towards Baghdad and can see those people leaving. The sources that we have and that I talk to are in the city, so they're not able to witness those types of movements. But it doesn't square at all with President Saddam Hussein calling on people to stand and fight. It squares with the fact, and this is something we've known for some time, that people are exceptionally concerned about how they're going to survive the war. And now it's come and arrived at Baghdad essentially on their doorsteps. They're now doing the best thing that they think is safest for them, and that is to leave the city and get out of what they expect is harm's way. So it doesn't square, and there seems to be that some people moving out of the city. Again, it is a city normally of 5 million. It's difficult to assess how many people would be left there, but the city probably has at least several million people left within the metropolitan area of Baghdad. Several hundreds at this time leaving would not yet constitute the mass evacuation of the city. Certainly that would be on a much larger scale. But the very fact that people are choosing to leave shows just how scared they are about this situation, Judy.
No question about it, Nick, and we should point out those people had the opportunity, some of them at least, had the opportunity to leave ahead of time. We know that anecdotally, but they decided to stay. Nick Robertson reporting for us from right across the border with Iraq in Jordan. And the most significant thing he was telling us is from talking to sources inside Baghdad, he is hearing that there are a number of Republican Guard and militia forces who are gathering close to the international airport there. That's the airport that coalition forces have surrounded, taken over, still facing some resistance, but they are largely in control of. So we may be moving closer to some sort of significant event tonight. And as I come back to you, Wolf, in Kuwait City, no doubt we will want to watch for action in the vicinity of the airport as we watch these nighttime skies over Baghdad.
And as you point out, Judy, and as Nick points out, remember those very ominous words from the Iraqi Minister of Information, Mohammed Saeed al-Sahaf, in which he said there would be some sort of unconventional or non-traditional military action unfolding tonight. Well, it's already tonight in this part of the world. We'll see what specifically he might have been referring to. Very important developments. At the same time, coalition forces face a steady stream of fire around the airport, which they have, of course, renamed now. It used to be called Saddam International. Now it's called, according to the Central Command, Baghdad International. Our Walter Rogers is embedded with the 307th Cavalry in what he says is clearly hostile territory.
You're looking at pictures of a 7th Cavalry armored personnel carrier about a quarter of a mile from us down the road, not too far from the Baghdad International Airport. They've been taking incoming fire and have been firing back at the Iraqis down in a date palm grove. The Iraqis, as nightfall descends upon us, tend to become more active militarily. And one point we need to make, one thing that should be taken into consideration and considered more than a little credible from the Iraqi information minister, he did say, and this is very important, that the Americans may control the airport, and we are a few miles from the airport, but they are also correctly telling you that the area around the airport is hostile territory for the United States Army. There are firefights going on in front of the camera now, a quarter of a mile away. Iraqis trying to move in closer to the American 7th Cavalry. They're trying to get shots at them, again, using the cover of darkness. This is the way it's been for over 24 hours for the 7th Cavalry, and there have been some very, very serious firefights. Sometimes the Iraqis would come up in company strength with tanks and armored personnel carriers. They would try to overrun the 7th Cavalry positions, which, of course, the Iraqi information minister said we're trying to reach the airport. That is not in the Army battle plan. Having said that, there were earlier Iraqi soldiers loaded aboard dump trucks with nothing more sizable than a 7.62 millimeter rifle, and they would charge the 7th Cavalry positions in these kamikaze attacks. One bus was hit. It was burned out. Again, it was a suicide bus, according to Army officers, because they say that when it caught fire, it exploded in a much larger explosion than just a fuel explosion. They say it was packed with explosives. By the Army's count, there are over 400 dead Iraqis killed by just the 7th Cavalry today. That, again, is a bit inconsistent with what you were hearing from the Iraqi information minister.
CNN's Walter Rogers embedded with the 307th Cavalry, one of our better reporters as well. Thanks to Walter Rogers for that report. This additional footnote, U.S. officials say the airport, the Saddam International Airport, now called Baghdad International Airport, could be up and running in the next day or so. Let's get some more analysis now what this all means. We go to the CNN newsroom and CNN's Renee San Miguel. Renee?
Well, Wolf, we want to give folks, our viewers, an idea of what exactly, how big this renamed Baghdad International Airport is and how many forces it's going to take to actually control it. And keep in mind, there's a difference between controlling and securing. This is digital satellite imagery from earthviewer.com and digitalglobe.com. As we heard Pentagon spokesman Major General Stanley McChrystal say just about an hour ago, the U.S. has a substantial number of forces holding the airport, but they are still facing sporadic resistance there. Reinforcements are indeed on the way, but as we have heard in our reporting of the last 10 to 15 minutes, something else might be reaching a boiling point with enemy forces around that territory. There's been steady fighting all day long to maintain that control of the airport. Central Command is calling it the gateway to the future of Iraq, so gives you some idea of the high priority it places on this. CNN's Walter Rogers, as we have just heard from, said no coalition casualties in the battle for this airport. The runways still are pretty much intact. No bombings of the runways because, as we've said, they want to use this as a forward staging area for any other kind of attacks on the city center of Baghdad. More than 400 Iraqi deaths have been reported so far. Here's a graphic showing you exactly the 12-mile distance between downtown Baghdad and the international airport. But as CNN's military analyst Kelly McCann just pointed out to me, artillery shells, 155-millimeter launchers for those in Baghdad have a range of 14 miles. So You can expect them to be high on the list of coalition airstrikes all during the day and all during the evening to make sure that the forces holding the airport don't have to worry about that. Finally, we have a graphic here showing you some the troop movements in the so-called red zone from 20 to 30 miles out. We have heard from Brigadier General Vince Brooks of Central Command that weapons of mass destruction may have been pulled into the Baghdad area. He talks about coalition forces finding unidentified boxes of unidentified powder and liquid and other materials in an industrial facility near Baghdad. So weapons of mass destruction at this point will always be uppermost in the minds of the forces, as you can see with the training that they've had with wearing the gas mask, and in some of those now, some of the MOP protection suits, those chemical protection suits are now being, they're now gone to the chemical protection level 2, as it were. There are 4 levels of this, with 4 meaning that weapons of mass destruction have indeed been used on the battlefield in some form or fashion. Leon, back over to you.
All right, thank you, Renee. Leon Harris here in the newsroom here at CNN with a look at the latest on the war in Iraq at this hour. Iraqi leader Saddam Hussein shown on tape strolling the streets of Baghdad among a cheering crowd. You've seen this tape quite a bit this morning. Lebanese Broadcasting aired this video today. White House officials say that U.S. experts are going to be analyzing this tape, but doesn't matter if the tape is genuine. The plan goes on. Now, as coalition forces get closer and closer to Baghdad, troops are pounding Iraqi forces with heavy artillery. Iraq's information minister says that U.S. forces tonight will face something, quote, that is not conventional, end quote. He's threatening the widespread use of martyrdom. In northern Iraq, U.S. jets there pounding the area surrounding the city of Mosul once again. Our Jane Araf reports that Kurdish fighters are pushing toward Mosul with help from U.S. Special Forces. And Kurdish fighters have captured the town of Khazar. It fell after more than a day of heavy fighting with Iraqi forces. President Bush and British Prime Minister Tony Blair plan to get together and meet next Tuesday in Northern Ireland to discuss Iraq and the Middle East. The two leaders met just last week at Camp David. And this sad note we mark here, one of our colleagues now fallen. Washington Post columnist Michael Kelly has become the first American journalist to die covering the war in Iraq. The paper's website says that Kelly was killed in a Humvee accident. He was embedded with the Army's 3rd Infantry Division that reached the Baghdad airport overnight. Michael Kelly was 46 and leaves behind his wife and 2 young sons. She's been rescued from Iraqi captivity, but what kind of psychological hurdles will Jessica Lynch face? Coming up next hour, we'll speak with an expert who's helped some other POWs recover from their ordeals. And we'll pay a visit to a town in southern Iraq, freed from Saddam Hussein's rule. The villagers now free to practice their own religion. Plus, anti-American passions in the streets of India. Will the war lead to a boycott of U.S. goods there? We'll take a look. And now we continue our coverage of the war in Iraq with Judy Woodruff in Washington. Judy?
Thanks, Leon. We've been focusing, of course, understandably, on Baghdad, but the fighting is not just limited to the capital city region. To the north, in the town of Mosul, where coalition forces continue to build up a northern front. Heavy bombing was heard there for 3 hours today. Our Ben Wiedemann has been reporting that Iraqis are being pushed back to perimeter positions, clearing areas for Kurdish Peshmerga troops. Just south of Baghdad, coalition forces have crossed the Tigris River near Kut and are marching forward to the capital city. The Marines in this area are said to be in a heightened state of alert. There's a belief that Iraqi troops might use chemical weapons on coalition forces here. And to the south, in the town of Basra, where British forces still are trying to capture and get control of that city. Britain is saying that its focus in the war is normalization of the country in the short term and clearing the way for humanitarian aid in the south. Well, as for the capital city itself, it's hard to imagine that the coalition will be able to declare any sort of victory unless it does get control of that city, and that, understandably, is going to mean some sort of urban warfare, we have to assume, unless there's a complete capitulation. With us now to talk about all that is retired Army Major Patrick Gallagher. He is a former commander of Ranger and Special Forces units. Major Gallagher, good to see you. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
We know, of course, the Pentagon isn't saying how they're going to deal with Baghdad. They say they're still collecting information, but what are the realistic options right now?
As I see it, there's probably 4 courses of action that U.S. forces have. That's a complete encirclement of Baghdad and not doing anything from a siege standpoint.
And we don't have a complete circle around the city
Not yet. We do
right?
not. No, we've established a stronghold, of course, with the airport, and now have a base of operations to launch from in that particular vicinity. The complete encirclement, though, is not very good from a humanitarian standpoint as far as the Iraqis living in Baghdad.
This would be a siege.
Yes,
you're
ma'am.
describing.
Correct.
In effect. You just cut everything.
Cut everything off. Nothing in, nothing out. As we have seen today, though, Iraqis are leaving and fleeing Baghdad. So, of course, we haven't completely encircled it, and I don't think we're going to seize the city of Baghdad in the same way that the Germans seized Leningrad in World War II.
Why not? Because of worry about civilian.
Of course, we're not that kind of people. We're not going to inflict those kinds of injuries to non-combatants.
So what are the other options?
The other options are having to clear the city of potential threats. Several ways to go about that. One obvious one, of course, is to go in and strong point the city and work from strategic assets or strategic locations, such as power facilities, the transportation facilities, transmission facilities, etc. Those kinds of things, and then be able to place weapon systems of some type to protect our forces and to protect the Iraqis from
power plant, water facilities.
Well, to protect those facilities, but also to emplace ourselves on higher ground so that we have clear fields of fire, that we can react to things and see things a little quicker.
So height is
correct.
where you
now,
are in
correct.
terms of
now,
being able to look down.
Correct. Now, Baghdad's a low city to begin with just because of the architecture of the city. There are not very many tall buildings, so you only have several stories to deal with across the entire area of the city. You don't have tall buildings like we have in some of the major cities in the Western world.
Now, you were saying there were a couple of other options.
Well, another option is to, of course, the most deadliest way to pursue this is to clear block by block and building by building. And that's just going to take a heavy toll on us as well as the Iraqis. The fourth one is to isolate areas and clear the less restricted areas or the less dangerous areas and the more friendly areas first so that we can build a cleared area and sort of our own coalition of local Iraqis.
So how do you know where to do that? I mean, we know, for example, there's a large Shia population in certain neighborhoods of Baghdad. How would you know what areas to go in first where you could expect to meet friendly, where people who would be friendly to you?
Well, we would use, and I hope we're using, I'm sure we are, Iraqis already to kind of garner that intelligence and introduce us to the people that would help us get to those locations and know that this area versus another area is the type of area that we're ready to go into.
It sounds like, though, you're saying this first, or could it be some combination?
Oh, sure. It could be a combination. I would think that we will probably employ all 4 of those courses of action in some way, shape, or form.
And how would that work? I mean, first of all, you've got to you've got to be able to encircle the city. And
correct.
As you point out, we're not there. The coalition is not there yet. Then go in and move into these, as you point out, strategic spots, direct spots.
Direct spots, and then I would think target some of the areas that are less dangerous, more friendly to U.S. or coalition forces, and then as we move into the more dangerous areas, we get into a block by block, building by building clearing scenario.
How risky an operation are you describing?
Warfare is risky enough to begin with, but urban combat gets much more riskier given the fact that you have such close proximity to each other. So there are more places to hide, more places to get ambushed from, more places to be shot from, etc.
But given what we know, what you know about the strength of the coalition forces, any doubt in your mind that this can be done?
Oh, it can be done. It's just going to take a little bit of time, and it's going to take some resources. And I would venture to say that we can expect more loss of life, not only on the Iraqi side, but also on the coalition side, and having to go through that kind of combat.
And how much time? And I'm asking you about the time, Major, because at the Pentagon yesterday they were describing sort of a rolling end game here, where they would occupy part of the Baghdad area, perhaps declare victory, and then work with what they had, rather than assuming they had to have everything.
General Brooks mentioned, I believe, in the CENTCOM briefing this morning that time is on our side. So CENTCOM has no set time schedule that they at least are announcing publicly in order to finish this. And the safety of the Iraqi people and coalition forces and the extraction of the Iraqi regime are forefront in their minds. So now that we control 80% of the country, time is on our side in order to accomplish all that.
Are you saying we can just wait them out?
Sort of. I mean, in a siege, that's kind of what you're doing. So if we start to apply the siege mentality as a phased approach to the clearing of Baghdad, yeah, we can do that and sit and wait them out.
So some kind of a siege you're describing.
Correct.
All right. Retired Army Major Patrick Gallagher, as we said, he's a former commander of Ranger and Special Forces units. We thank you so much.
Yes,
I know
ma'am.
we're going to be talking to you throughout the day at different times on CNN. We thank you for talking with us.
Okay.
We appreciate it. Still to come this hour, yellow ribbons showing support for U.S. troops overseas. They might be banned from one California town. We're going to tell you why right after a break.
You need to manage your business anytime, anywhere. Gateway's new business notebooks featuring Intel Centrino mobile technology help you stay productive with wireless connectivity. Plus the freedom of having up to 8 hours of battery life. Now get 0% business financing for 24 months when you purchase Gateway 450 E-Series business notebooks. Gateway, business, government, education. Gateway 450 notebooks feature Intel Centrino mobile technology.
Guys, what do we want to do this weekend?
Let's go to the beach.
It happened at 10 till 6 on a Tuesday night,
Okay, that's enough.
just before the steamed carrots were served.
Guys, it's important. Shh. Yes, this is Louisa. What are you saying?
A phone call she would always remember.
We got the house. We got the house.
For a free guide to help you on the path to homeownership, call the Fannie Mae Foundation. We're showing America a new way home.
What the world needs now.
What you need now is Sandals Royal Bahamian Resort and Spa, the Bahamas' only 5-star diamond hotel, where a world of incomparable luxury awaits, and it's all included. Warm up to sun-drenched beaches onshore. Escape offshore for exotic adventures on our private island. Discover the world's most pleasurable way to get away. Sandals Royal Bahamian. Call your travel agent or 1-800-SANDALS.
Huge explosions rocked Iraq's capital of Baghdad.
Steady parade of flames has been going on for hours. The sky was ablaze, crisscrossed with tracer fire.
It's unlike anything I have ever seen. A happy homecoming for one U.S. Marine serving in Operation Iraqi Freedom. Gunnery Sergeant Toby Boyce survived an ambush attack in Iraq. He's back in the United States to recover and reunite with his family. Reporter Brian Black with our affiliate KSWB in San Diego has the story.
Kelly sees her husband. Gunnery Sergeant Toby Boyce is home.
I love you.
I love you too. How you doing?
It's so good to see you.
For 2 months, he's dreamed of this moment.
Almost like the first time all over again. It was a great feeling.
Just to see him and touch him again and be able to kiss him and look in his eyes and stuff. He's got beautiful green eyes, so I was just very happy to be with him again.
Boyce was injured when his unit was ambushed. While ducking for cover in pitch black, he fell 25 feet off a bridge.
It scared me at first because I wasn't expecting it, but then the pain that I felt, you know, I couldn't really do much. I had to wait for them to come get me.
Boyce fractured 3 discs in his spinal cord. The gunnery sergeant says while on the battlefield, there's constant stress.
There's no time to relax, no time for anything. You're very tired.
Despite the stress and despite his injuries, Boyce is ready to go back and join his fellow Marines.
I got 30 days convalescent leave. I'm going to rest up and try to get better and see what happens, see if I need to go back over or not.
And thanks to our reporter Brian Black of our affiliate KSWB in San Diego for that story. While some are coming home, others are being deployed. About 200 soldiers from the 1-1 Air Defense Artillery Battalion 31st Brigade are on their way to the Persian Gulf. They left Fort Bliss in Texas last night. Right now, there are more than 100,000 U.S. and allied troops inside Iraq. To Burlingame, California now, in the town that might have to take all those yellow ribbons down. An area resident there says he's offended by the ribbons, which violate a city law, and if they're not removed, he says he'll organize a boycott of the city's businesses. The city council granted an exemption last week to the ordinance on ribbons. Finally, let's go back to San Diego, where a local quilter is putting the word out to support the troops. Rosie Gonzalez wants everyone in America who knows someone that's been deployed to make a quilt for them. This is a tradition that apparently goes back a long way. Rosie says quilts are made for comfort, something she says America needs right now. Thank you very much, Rosie. Still to come this hour, the condition known as SARS. New information today on the killer sickness. You're watching CNN, the most trusted name in news.
CNN's continuing coverage of the war in Iraq. U.S. forces are penetrating a defensive ring around Baghdad. Saddam Hussein appears on Iraqi TV. And a political battle? Colin Powell and Donald Rumsfeld, do they have competing positions on the war in Iraq? These stories and more at 4 Eastern. Stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Are you ready to save $200? Gateway announces $200 off our fully featured 300S home desktop, featuring an Intel 2.2 gigahertz processor, plus a CDRW DVD combo, a 17-inch monitor, and of course, shipping's always included. Are you ready? Call, click, or come in today for Ready Tech Go savings, only from Gateway, featuring the Intel Celeron processor.
Tired of playing the mortgage rate game? You know, when you hear one of those ads that promise you the moon and you call up only to find out that the points are too high and there are hidden fees attached? Well, at ditech.com, there are no games. Right now, we're offering a second mortgage with a no closing cost option. You can be pre-qualified over the telephone or online. Use the money to pay off credit cards or for home improvements, whatever you want. Do it now before the rates go up. ditech.com. Call 1-800-71-FIXED.
Time to leave. Gotta get rid of this pain fast.
The moment of choice, Tylenol or Advil? Which will work better on muscle aches? Truth is, with Advil liquid gels, you can feel better faster. Only Advil liquid gels give you advanced, liquid-filled capsules that work faster, stronger, better than Tylenol on tough pain. Advil liquid gels rush relief where you need it. Gentle on your stomach, too. For better relief, advance to Advil.
You're looking at these pictures of Baghdad. It's a little different than it was last night. For the first time now in about 24 hours, electricity has been restored to parts of the Iraqi capital. We're told now that in the northern and western portions of Baghdad, once again, there is some electricity, some sort of power grid has been restored. We don't know exactly why. There's a lot of speculation going on, but we'll leave it at that. We'll just show you that, yes, the lights are on, at least in parts of this huge Iraqi capital. As the fighting continues around Baghdad, the Pentagon talks about its plan to take control of the city of some 5 million people and the possible dangers. Our Pentagon correspondent Barbara Starr explains.
With U.S. troops approaching the capital, the Pentagon revealed a political strategy for taking Baghdad, in which Saddam Hussein is so militarily isolated, his government no longer has anyone left to govern. Saddam is irrelevant, the U.S. is in charge. The Pentagon made it clear they hope U.S. forces won't have to lay siege.
When you get to the point where Baghdad is basically isolated, then what is the situation you have in the country? You have a country that Baghdad no longer controls, that whatever's happening inside Baghdad is almost irrelevant compared to what's going on in the rest of the country.
If this plan works and the Iraqi regime does not counterattack in the streets, the U.S. will move quickly to install an interim provisional authority to govern the country, even if Saddam remains in his Baghdad bunker.
You may have a regime, you may not. I use the term irrelevant because at this point, they're not going to be able to communicate with the people of Iraq. That will all be shut down. They won't be able to communicate within certain parts of Baghdad. And you'll continue to ensure that happens. You know, there's we would control the water, the electricity, things like that.
Washington still isn't sure how the 5 million people of Baghdad will react, and the Pentagon warns plenty could still go wrong. Special Republican Guard and security forces in Baghdad could launch raids against U.S. forces in the city. The Iraqi regime may attack the huge Shia population of Baghdad and blame the U.S. for casualties. There is recent information, officials say, that Iraqi forces are more likely to use chemical weapons as they get desperate. The northern oil fields are still at risk, not yet fully protected by the relatively small number of U.S. forces in the area. So, Wolf, on a day when these new tapes of Saddam Hussein have appeared, the most interesting thing at the Pentagon is officials say it may not matter. The U.S. military is moving ahead with its plan. Wolf?
They also are saying, Barbara, that they're having a tough time shutting down Iraqi TV. Why is that so hard?
Well, I think there is a plan to shut it down at interim points when it suits them, when they want to. There's every indication that the U.S. military, the intelligence community, actually is watching Iraqi TV very closely. It's the biggest clue they have as to the status of key Iraqi military leaders. By all accounts, TV, like the electricity in Baghdad, comes and goes. The U.S. will make every effort, we are told, to control that transmission once they fully control Baghdad.
Barbara Starr doing some excellent reporting for all of us. Thanks, Barbara, very much. Still to come this hour, an update on the former POW, Jessica Lynch, and the help she got from an unlikely source. CNN's coverage of the war in Iraq continues in 60 seconds.
You know, we're never in the same place at the same time.
No, not really.
So we need a plan that allows us to talk, you know, as much as we want, all the time, whenever we want. And then no extra charge.
With Singular's Family Talk plan, call each other for free with unlimited mobile-to-mobile calling. Get 5,000 night and weekend minutes to share, up to 3 additional lines, and up to 4 free phones.
We call it the Conley Brothers.
What's up?
What's up? What's up plan?
Come in and find out how Singular fits you best.
The war in Iraq continues, and no one takes you closer than CNN, live throughout the day. Stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news.
America loves chicken every which way. You can get fried chicken, chicken pot pie, chicken wings, chicken salad, chicken parmesan, chicken chop suey. Why, you can even get a chicken. But go to a deli and try to get a simple chicken sandwich. Not so easy. Till now. Boar's Head introduces the first chicken made for a sandwich. At last, the sandwich has a chicken it can call its own. Boar's Head, the sandwich chicken.
Star-powered and celebrity-driven, TV Guide gives you a 24/7 look at what's tops on TV. Order now, and you'll get the 50 all-time favorite TV-themed CD free with your paid subscription. Get 38 issues of TV Guide magazine for just 4 easy payments of $9.97. Plus, use your credit card and you'll get a second gift free, the big book of TV Guide crosswords. Call now for the best TV magazine ever. TV Guide, 1-800-495-3291.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
We take you to the State Department now, where Secretary Colin Powell has been meeting with the EU representative Javier Solana.
Movement in Middle East peace and the status of the roadmap. And we're watching the work of Mr. Abu Mazen as he prepares himself to be confirmed as Prime Minister of the Palestinian Authority. And we also discussed transatlantic relationships. We believe that yesterday's meetings in Brussels have helped to bridge some of the differences that exist, and I look forward to further such consultations and meetings. So Javier, welcome again.
Thank you very much. Colin, you know how good it is to be 25. You realize that. It happened to me a couple of years ago. It's always a pleasure to be here and to have the opportunity of talking with the Secretary. We were yesterday together. We have continued today. And as he has said, the topics we have talked about, it has been well enunciated by him. I think the cooperation that was reinforced yesterday in the long session that we had in Brussels was very positive. And we have continued today talking about the Middle East and the transatlantic relations. happy birthday, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Javier.
Mr. Secretary, can you give us an idea of your views of the interim administration, how quickly it might be set up, the proportion, or if you want to be proportional about it, insiders, outsiders?
Yeah. All of these questions are under discussion within the administration. We've had several discussions this morning after I got back, Secretary Rumsfeld and myself, with Dr. Rice, and also in the course of the morning with the President. We are anxious to move quickly now that the day of liberation is drawing near. I don't know when it'll happen, but certainly we can see what's going to happen in the not too distant future, we hope. And so we're hard at work on this issue. We want an interim authority that is a representative of all the groups who have an interest in the future of Iraq. And as I've said on many occasions, we wanted to include those who are in the external opposition, who have worked so long and so hard and with such determination for the liberation of Iraq, but also individuals inside. And we are now putting together plans to structure that approach, and in due course we'll make it known to everyone.
What about the timing? Do you think that a provisional government should be appointed before the country actually falls, or there's a U.S. victory?
Well, that is also one of the questions that we are examining now, and when we have finished our examination, prepared to let everybody know what we're doing, we'll let you know what we're doing.
Thoughts on the Saddam Hussein's appearance today on television, both the speech he gave as well as the video that was seen of him walking around? I
just caught a glimpse of it. I haven't had a chance to study it, and I've heard no reports on whether or not it is actually him or whether it's accurate. I just don't know.
What is your guess?
I've learned that it's wise to wait for experts to examine such things. I have no opinion on it yet because I really haven't studied it, and I haven't heard from our experts as to whether it might or might not be him, and when it might or might not have been shot. I just don't know.
What does that do psychologically? Does that help or hurt anything in our war? Is that some sort of...
Well, we don't know what it is yet, and I really don't want to comment until we make a determination as to whether it was or was not him. Psychologically, it's not going to affect our efforts. Our troops know what they are there to do. They are there to liberate Iraq, and they will be successful in that mission. And whether he is there at the end or not, or found or not, is almost irrelevant. We are almost totally in control of the country, and we'll be in complete control soon. And a better day is ahead for the Iraqi people.
Mr. Secretary, and also Mr. Solana, how much progress did you make yesterday on coming to a unified view on the role of the UN in post-war Iraq? And also, Mr. Secretary, you had a meeting with your Russian counterpart yesterday. Did you get any clarification from him on the Russian role in this possible selling of military equipment to Baghdad?
The purpose of our meetings yesterday was not to come to closure on the role of the UN, but to exchange views. Ultimately, that judgment will be made at the UN Security Council, and of course the Secretary General has to play a part in those deliberations, and he was not there yesterday. I spoke to him a little while ago and gave him a report of our deliberations. And so we're at the beginning of a process of dialogue, pragmatic dialogue, to determine what the appropriate role of the UN should be. The UN will be a partner in all of this. Everybody understands that. There's no disagreement about that. And as President Bush and Prime Minister Blair and Mr. Aznar said at the Azores Summit, they expect the UN to play a major role as a partner in this effort. And we'll work our way through the intricacies of the role to be played by the UN in the days ahead. With respect to Foreign Minister Ivanov, we did have a good conversation yesterday. We talked about the issue you made reference to with respect to equipment that might have been provided, and we have decided that it is best for our two intelligence services to finish their mutual analysis and discussion on this particular issue.
I agree with the words of Secretary Powell. It was a good meeting. Of course, it was not a meeting, as he has said, to resolve all the problems. But we move forward in the idea that we have to continue talking, discussing the subject, and taking a very pragmatic approach. I think it's as far as we can go today, And we are going to continue working on that direction, but the UN will have, as the Secretary has said, a major role to play.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Being sung happy birthday by the reporters there. The Secretary's birthday evidently tomorrow or over the weekend. He's been meeting with the representative of the EU, Javier Solana. Just quickly, the headlines from his comments. He said at one point, we are anxious to move quickly, establishing a new government in Iraq. He said the day of liberation is drawing. It is close at hand. He said the U.S. coalition forces have, if not total control, they will soon have complete control of the country. He also said whether Saddam Hussein is alive or not, it's irrelevant. He said U.S. coalition forces are moving, they are making progress, and his presence, Saddam Hussein's presence, won't make a difference one way or another. And as you heard him say at the end, he does expect the United Nations to play a role, and he said that U.S. officials from President Bush on down still discussing the shape of any post-Saddam Hussein government in Iraq. Well, that's all we have time for this hour's coverage of CNN. I'm sorry, I'm told that Colin Powell is back at the microphone at the State Department. Let's listen.
Bodies included that as an amendment to the supplemental of the House, and we'll wait and see how that works out in the Senate. We believe it would be better if there were not such conditions placed in the supplemental.
Do you have a plan soon to meet with Kofi Annan to discuss the UN role in reconstruction?
He and I had a good discussion this afternoon already. I expect to talk to him again later this afternoon or over the weekend. I don't have a plan right now to meet with Secretary General Annan. I'll be traveling early next week with the President. But when I come back, I'm sure we'll continue our conversation. I do have to get up. Thank you.
Colin Powell answering a couple of more questions. Again, the bottom line, he said coalition forces are all but in total control. We will shortly have complete control of the country of Iraq. That does wrap up our coverage this hour. Now let's take a look at the headlines as we approach 3 o'clock East Coast time.
While other mortgage companies are still filling out the paperwork, Ditech.com is busy processing your loan. Right now, you can apply for a second mortgage with a no closing cost option. It's a whole new way to get a mortgage. Just log on or call 1-800-71-FIXED. Ditech.com, your mortgage solution delivered.
You need to manage your business anytime, anywhere. Gateway's new business notebooks featuring Intel Centrino mobile technology help you stay productive with wireless connectivity. Plus the freedom of having up to 8 hours of battery life. Now get 0% business financing for 24 months when you purchase Gateway 450E Series business notebooks. Gateway, business, government, education. Gateway 450 notebooks feature Intel Centrino mobile technology.
Hello, I'm Frederica Whitfield in the CNN newsroom with a check of the top headlines this hour. The aerial assaults on targets near Baghdad continue. Tracer fire has filled the city skies tonight, and explosions have been heard around the Iraqi capital. Parts of the city remain dark, without power now for the second straight night. Brigadier General Vincent Brooks at U.S. Central Command says coalition forces have found boxes of unidentified powder, liquids, and other materials at an industrial facility near Baghdad. He also says a site searched in western Iraq appears to have been a training facility for handling chemical and biological weapons. President Bush heads to Northern Ireland next week to review battle plans and achievements with his key ally in the war in Iraq. Mr. Bush and British Prime Minister Tony Blair will also discuss peace efforts in Northern Ireland and the Middle East. The planned meeting near Belfast takes place Monday, and Tuesday, Ireland's Prime Minister will also be attending. 5 people are dead after a small plane crashed into a metal shop today near Leominster, Massachusetts. The crash ignited a huge fireball, sending workers on the ground fleeing. All 5 killed were aboard the plane. In Central Florida, 3 tour buses carrying high school band students from Maryland piled up today on Interstate 4. Dozens of the teens were injured, but none seriously. We're an hour away from the closing bell on Wall Street, and right now the Dow Jones Industrials are up about 3 points. The NASDAQ is down about 14 points, and businesses cut another 108,000 jobs last month, but the unemployment rate held steady at 5.8%. Last month's job cuts follow even bigger losses in February. Well, she has been rescued from Iraqi captivity, but what kind of psychological hurdles will Jessica Lynch face? Coming up this hour, we'll speak with an expert who's helped other POWs recover from their ordeals. We'll pay a visit to a town in southern Iraq freed from Saddam Hussein's rule. The villagers now free to practice their religion. Plus, anti-American passions in the streets of India. Will the war lead to a boycott of U.S. goods? Our coverage of the war in Iraq continues right now.
Thanks, Frederica. As we look at these live pictures of Baghdad, where the electricity is just starting to come on and where there has been some activity in the air, we are able to tell you Iraqi TV appearing to show Saddam Hussein with crowds in the street and smoke in the air behind him. Those were pictures that were shown earlier today. The Iraqi regime warning it still has a trick up its sleeve, in so many words, that it says it will unleash tonight. It is after midnight now in Baghdad. New explosions lit the sky over an hour ago while U.S. ground forces stood their ground at the Baghdad airport. I'm Judy Woodruff in Washington with our continuing coverage of the war in Iraq. But as always, my colleague Wolf Blitzer standing by with more from Kuwait City. Wolf.
Good evening, Judy. U.S. military officials say they will keep on trying to shut down Iraqi television so Saddam Hussein's regime cannot use the airwaves to try to control the Iraqi people. We saw new explosions over Baghdad just after dark. Blasts were also heard around the old presidential complex, a repeated target of coalition bombers. The explosions came right after the Iraqi television aired two videotapes appearing to show Saddam Hussein. In one, he referred for the first time to events that happened after the start of the war. The United States says it has a substantial number of forces now holding Baghdad's international airport, but they still are facing sporadic resistance from Iraqi fighters. With coalition forces continuing to push north and closing in on Baghdad, U.S. Central Command says some 2,500 Iraqi Republican Guard forces surrendered today between Kut and Baghdad. Also from Baghdad today, a warning for American forces. Iraq's information minister said U.S. troops this evening would face, and I'm quoting now, something that is not traditional. CNN's Reem Brahimi is joining us now live from Amman, Jordan, to talk about that and the Saddam Hussein videotapes. First of all, this warning from the Iraqi information minister, Mohammed Saeed al-Sahaf. Reem, what do you make of that?
Well, I think, Wolf, it all ties into what we've also seen with those pictures of the crowds cheering for President Saddam Hussein that aired on Iraqi TV. Let's start by that, and then we'll get back to the al-Sahaf threats, if you will. The crowds, basically, the area that this is taking place in is an area in Baghdad that's close to the highway to Jordan. That's not a very populated area. It's not a very crowded area at the best of times. So imagine when, under the current circumstances, there wouldn't normally be such a huge crowd. It's very likely a setup. And then you also take, of course, the smoke in the background. That's quite revealing, but it could mean that the smoke is real. The person that they say is President Saddam Hussein could not be real in that case. And then, of course, there's a question of timing. It's very critical timing at a moment when the airport has been taken by coalition forces, and Iraq is making every effort to say that the Iraqi regime, rather, is making every effort to say that it is still in place. Now, Wolf, President Saddam Hussein has not been seen in public in recent years. In fact, since 3 years ago was the last time he made a public appearance. The rest of the time, all his speeches were all pre-taped, even the major speeches. And then finally, there's the question that it doesn't really matter whether it's him or not on those tapes. The question is, the significance of it is they are answering to those reports that are sent out by coalition forces by saying that they are still in charge. And two, they're not even addressing the Iraqi public because, as you mentioned, Wolf, there's no electricity in most of the parts of Baghdad. So they're clearly sending a message to the outside world that the system is functioning. How that system is functioning, again, you don't only see those tapes of President Saddam Hussein, but you see tapes of Naji Sabri, the Iraqi foreign minister, was shown today on Iraqi TV attending a mosque service at 1 p.m. And then you also had this briefing by Mohammed Saeed al-Sahaf, the information minister, and he threatened the United States coalition forces that are at the airport, saying that this was going to turn into some sort of isolated island, literally saying that this would be their graveyard and they would not be able to come out from there alive. Let's listen in.
This evening we will carry out something that is untraditional against them, not conventional.
Now, there were a lot of questions, as you mentioned again, Wolf, that, as to why the coalition forces didn't take out Iraqi TV since the beginning of the campaign. They did try, but on the other hand, I understand that some people in Washington have been saying that it's actually quite useful to them to be able to monitor Iraqi air. Back to you, Wolf.
Well, did Mohammed Saeed al-Sahaf explain in any further detail what he meant by these non-traditional or unconventional methods? I was under the impression he did say in response to one question he was not referring to weapons of mass destruction.
Absolutely. He seemed to clarify throughout the press conference that he was not referring to chemical weapons or biological weapons or anything of that sort. But again, he said it would be something not traditional. And he said not a traditional military means, but it will be something that will happen tonight. Again, very threatening, saying that this airport was going to be turned into an island from which nobody would come out alive, which is interesting because, of course, when news first arrived that the coalition forces had taken the airport, there were a lot of questions as to whether or not they would manage, having taken the airport, to isolate Baghdad, the Iraqi capital, from the rest of the world. Wolf?
Reem Brahimi reporting for us from Amman, Jordan tonight. Reem, thanks very much. Meanwhile, hundreds of U.S. soldiers reportedly will reinforce the Baghdad airport overnight as they fend off continued attacks by Iraqi forces. CNN's Walter Rogers filed this report from the outskirts of Baghdad.
Behind me, you're seeing a column of black smoke rising. As darkness falls here in the suburbs of Baghdad, the Iraqis once again become more active.